Chapter 1826. This was an unbalanced war, a farce akin to a joke. The Void loved to joke, and they were already used to it. However, when the joke was made on the other side, and the other side couldn't withstand the pressure of the joke became a joke that sent everyone to hell. Even if the side of order was an unkillable cockroach, this wasn't the way to play the game. As for what this Void had experienced, these outsiders did not know for sure. However, just looking at the scene in front of them was enough for them to know something: the mid-tier Yuanshi realm chaos soldiers. If it were not for the fact that they could switch between being dazed and awake, this Void might have been broken through long ago. This was simply a hell difficulty version of the crazy version. Well, the crazy ones were from the chaos side, according to their understanding of them and their experience in dealing with them. Even if they had inexplicably recovered into the 3-in-1 state, it might not be a completely normal situation. They would definitely go crazy in the middle of the battle. This was called weakening the difficulty reasonably. It was not unreasonable for this Void to be able to last for more than a dozen eras. If there was nothing wrong with the chaos side, this battle would not have lasted so long. When they arrived, they could only see a broken Void and had no idea what had happened here. In short, although they did not know what was wrong with this damned Void, they could not just leave it at that. As for the concept of chaos that had a high probability of existing, they would think about it when the time came. If they really fought, they would just die and return. The order beings in this Void might not be able to escape death. However, if they were to be played like toys by the chaos forces in front of them, they would probably end up in the same situation. So sometimes there was no need to think so much, just fight and be done with it. Well, Green's idea was actually much more convenient than his contradictory and complicated ideas. Instead of thinking so much and worrying so much, it was better to get down to business first, point recklessly through the Void. Well, this idea should be taken with a pinch of salt. If he kept being reckless, he might get into trouble. The aura of order and chaos on standby caused the Void to tremble slightly. Everyone could feel the movement of the Void. The Void that had been torn and restored countless times was showing signs of solidifying. It was so dull that it made all the order beings tense up. Everyone was waiting. Either the death mist of the abyss would charge first, or the person in control of the situation on the battlefield would give the order first. Something unexpected happened all of a sudden. In the battle line of order that stretched for who knows how many millions of miles, a dozen figures suddenly walked out from different areas that they were guarding. Perhaps it was the result of being in such a tense state. Even the slightest movement would attract everyone's attention. The warriors of order all instantly turned their attention to the people who walked out from their areas that they were guarding. Wait, what are you guys doing? It's that group of newcomers. What are they doing? The middle-aged man in light green armor frowned and suddenly turned his head to look at the 3 people from Yun Nuo planet. He saw that the 3 of them had also slowly walked out of the formation and walked to the front. This made the middle-aged man very confused, and he quickly said, "Come back, quickly." In front, she turned around and met his gaze. Her eyes were filled with a gorgeous luster. It seemed to be energy, a mysterious energy that could crush the Void and chaos at the same time. Don't worry. When the commanders of the various regions saw this scene, they frowned in confusion. They wanted to give orders, but they felt a strange feeling from this group of people. It was an extremely strange feeling, so they couldn't say anything. Compared to stopping them, they were more interested in knowing what this group of newbies wanted to do. This way of entering is really embarrassing. Feeling hundreds of millions of gazes on her back, Yun Nuoxing's face could not help but tremble. I don't want to experience this a second time. There are more people guarding the Void at the front line than here. When you used your ultimate, the entire void threw their eyes on you. Why didn't you feel embarrassed at that time? We asked, puzzled. That's different. That was in the middle of a battle. Now, it's a situation where two armies are confronting each other. The situation is different, so the feeling is different. See, you suddenly said, "Little star, you won't feel embarrassed if you go crazy." Everyone, as long as you don't feel embarrassed, you won't feel embarrassed. The 20 over chaos general class manifestations saw that the group had suddenly closed the distance between them. Not sure if it was out of instinct or because they sensed something wrong from the group, they raised the spears in their hands in unison and pointed at Yun Nuashing and the others who were walking out of the formation. The language of chaos that sounded rather chaotic came out from the heavy armor. The chaos clouds behind them suddenly surged wildly. Countless chaos soldiers let out the same roar at this moment. They turned into a gray torrent and charged forward. The chaos energy that was wantonly spilled out, causing the power of order in the distance to tremble. When the chaos transformed into a torrent and charged towards them, the hundreds of millions of lives in the world of order regained their senses. They no longer paid attention to the dozen or so people who suddenly stepped out of the ranks. Instead, they focused their attention and prepared to deal with the enemies who were about to pounce on them. At this moment, a ray of light descended from the void. The golden flash was like the flash of light at the beginning of the world. It illuminated the entire void. The incomparably beautiful light stunned the hundreds of millions of lives in the world of order. Immediately after that, a colorful sea of energy spread out from the center of the dazzling golden light pillar and flooded the void in front of them. In the colorful sea of light, energy circles of different sizes were condensed and stood in the middle of the void. The center of the circle was gathering the seemingly endless power of order. There were trillions of circles in the void. It was as if there were an equal number of order warriors in the void. Hurrah! Yun Nuashing had just finished setting up the circle when an impatient person suddenly roared and stunned him. After that, an almost equally magnificent array of energy towers appeared together with the vast array of magic circles. They were crazily plundering the energy of the void. A figure who was bursting with the power of the Yuansha realm took the lead and charged forward like a ray of light. The energy circle that he was in together with the energy towers spewed out a dazzling light that penetrated the void at the same time. It was as if millions of meteors had streaked across the void and illuminated the area in front of them. They violently crashed into the chaos soldiers who were charging towards them. In an instant, the void in front of the chaos clouds exploded with layers of light of order. We looked at a chaos general who was blown away by the bombardment of order energy and crashed into the chaos clouds. His face twitched. This guy must be Lady Green's soldier. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. He waved his hand and pointed to the front. He did not have any lofty aspiration, nor did he have any aura that could conquer the mountains and rivers. He just gave out a plain command: attack. Hui, I Ching, and the other Yuansha realm cultivators all shouted. Their Yuansha realm aura rose to the peak in an instant and blew away all the order life forms behind them. This group of lunatics who had fought with all their might for 5 eras no longer knew what mercy was. Now, all they had to do was to charge through the void. The colorful sea of energy rolled violently. After a slight tremor, the countless array of magic circles began to pour out energy nonstop. Streams of energy of different scales, but were all powerful enough to defeat the chaos soldiers suddenly tore through the void in front of them. The energy streams swept across the void and crushed the chaos soldiers into ashes whether they were hit from the front or the side. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang saw that Hao Ren had already unleashed part of his power, so they walked out with ease. They took out a magic circle and a group of energy towers and set up their positions in the void, one on the left and one on the right of Hao Run. They entered the magic circle and unleashed an endless wave of order attacks on the Chaos Soldiers in front of them. At this moment, everyone, including Hao Run, was only in the state of full power. Well, it meant that they were fully unleashing their power in their current state. They had not activated their divinity divine right or Yuanshi realm. Oh, and there were also energy towers. Hao Run had only activated about 1/10 of the magic circle. If he used all of them, his combat power would be increased by a few levels. But the only problem was they were afraid that they would drag the Order life forms behind them into the mess. At this moment, the large-scale realm of Order had not been fully constructed. Without the Temple of Origin and Order nodes, it would take some time for them to use the energy towers as Order nodes to support the realm of Order. The Chaos Soldiers were indeed Chaos Soldiers. Moreover, they were the 3-in-1 version of Chaos Soldiers. They were much more durable than the Abyss Death Mist. Under the assault of more than a dozen Yuanshi realm warriors with a bunch of buffs, they could still maintain their formation relatively intact. Well, that was only because they could replenish their forces fast enough, and they were indeed a little bit more durable. But no matter how durable they could not get rid of their status as cannon fodder. In front of a group of lunatics who were trained in the front line of the void, their little bit of durability did not allow them to last more than a second in front of those unreasonable energy blasts. The only thing worth mentioning was the 20 mid-tier Yuanshi realm generals and the group of chaos constructs that were the size of stars. They were more troublesome to dismantle. The latter was still all right, as they were not that much tougher than the Abyss Death Mist constructs. As for the Chaos Generals, none of them had died yet. A Chaos General with hundreds of millions of troops could fight against a Yuanshi realm warrior with countless magic circles. Both sides were in a stalemate and their soldiers died. The sudden outbreak of war was beyond everyone's expectations. It was an unprecedentedly intense battle. It was so intense that the billions of Order life forms were stunned. They looked at each other and carefully looked at the battle in front of them, the chaotic energy torrents and the sea of energy that drowned a part of the void. The commotion caused by the dozen of them fighting was many times greater than the commotion caused by all of them rushing forward. They even felt that if they rushed in, they would not know what would happen. They might even die in the hands of their own people. The golden pillar of light that stood in front of them and illuminated the void like a star let out a soft energy hum. A moment later, some of the tower-like structures in front of them also gathered their energy and lit up a pillar of light in the void. They connected with each other across a part of the void and resonated with each other. They combined their energy into a golden domain that rapidly expanded. When the golden domain spread over their bodies, everyone felt as if their power had been unreasonably increased by a few levels. Now, looking at the intense battle in front of them, it seems that it would not be so easy to die in there. The large-scale domain of Order has been formed. All Order life forms can be affected by the domain to strengthen the power of Order. If you want to fight, please do not leave the range of the domain. You might be killed by the rampaging energy of your own people. Accompanied by hundreds of energy torrents and the void, a voice that sounded like the trembling of the void quietly echoed in their souls. The billions of Order life forms' expressions froze. They hesitated for a moment before looking at their commander, waiting for an order. A man who seemed to be the highest commander did not hesitate to step forward and said to everyone, "Everyone, enter the formation. Let's offer our strength." Kill. The vast realm of Order was filled up in less than 2 minutes. Everyone found their positions and understood the purpose of this realm in a short while. They began to use the power they were good at to fight. Those who attacked from a distance continued to attack from a distance. Those who wanted to charge forward with the power of the realm of order would also charge forward with the power of the realm of order, wrestling with groups of chaos soldiers. When the initial light burst out with vast energy, Yun Nuoshing had become the most eye-catching or the most hated beam of light that hung in the void. The number of chaos soldiers charging towards him, Si Yufeng and Blue Phoenix, was almost half of the total number of chaos soldiers. The initial light seemed to have a strange attraction to the forces of chaos. Be it the abyssal death mist or the chaos soldiers, none of them could escape this situation. Once the beam of light illuminated the void, the chaos soldiers who were not particularly bright in the first place were all put on a stoned state. The orderly formation of soldiers was disbanded at once. All that could be seen was an overwhelming wave coming towards them. Yun Nuoshing raised his hands and made the action of knocking an arrow. The dense magic circle around him would rapidly gather energy with every action he made, and then turned into waves of order impact that burst out violently, causing violent energy explosions among the chaos soldiers in the distance. The unprecedentedly powerful energy flashes cleared out an empty space in the void. Colorful energy balls with a radius of more than 10,000 miles exploded, and the remaining fireworks continued to spurt energy impacts in the void. It stayed for more than 10 seconds before it ended with an even more violent energy explosion and dissipated. Phone, do you have time? Help me kill those dozens of chaos generals. The chaos soldiers are a little troublesome under their control. I see that you guys are quite skillful, so I don't have time for the time being. A violent chaos impact crashed heavily on the realm of order, causing the huge realm that spread out countless miles to tremble. Before Yun Nuoshing could finish his words, he turned his gaze. A chaos general with a huge spear had just launched a full-strength chaos impact on the realm of order. The damage was not particularly high for the entire realm of order, but it had killed dozens of order beings along the way. They had to quickly retreat, and one of them was directly injured by the chaos impact. Its existence was indeed quite a big threat to these order beings who had not reached the primeval tier. Even with the support of the realm of order, they still needed tens of thousands of people to gang up on one chaos general. It was easy for them to break the realm of order and force them to retreat. All right, I think that this guy is indeed a little annoying. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and changed his posture. The origin energy gathered on his hands as he waved them in front of him a few times. Pieces of colorful divine runes formed in his realm. He clasped his hands together as the origin energy rapidly gathered and fused in between his hands. A mighty energy storm suddenly spread across the void. Hui was very familiar with this movement. He turned his head and saw Feng gathering the origin energy with his eyes closed. The rapidly surging origin energy would release a weak origin impact every few seconds. It rapidly spread into the void. Then all the energy in the void seemed to be gathering towards him. Every time the origin energy spread out, the speed of the gathering energy would increase exponentially. It was like a constantly gathering storm was gradually forming. He was trembling and sweating profusely as he looked at it. I just want you to kill them one by one. I didn't want you to. Forget it. Everyone, get ready for defense. Feng is going to unleash his ultimate. Keep an eye on those guys who are rushing out of the realm of order. Boom. The low sound of the energy impact, as if the void was trembling, spread across the entire void. The gathering energy was so huge that it formed a distortion of the void around Yun Nuoshing. He exhaled a breath that was mixed with rich origin energy. He opened his eyes and pulled the bow with both hands. The magic circle that was releasing energy without regard to stability responded to his will. Every time he pulled the bow, an arrow, a torrent of energy that could cover an area burst out. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath again. The surging origin energy madly gathered on the bowstring. Where the arrow was pointed, the void had already been cut open. Hui dodged to the left in 3 seconds. Cloud piercer. Huh. Hui was stunned when he heard that. He immediately broke out in cold sweat and quickly retreated without thinking. The Chaos General, who was entangled with him, did not know why he retreated. He just subconsciously rushed forward and raised the huge spear in his hand. Then he was stunned. The spear in his hand suddenly turned and stabbed with all the annihilation energy. The light of the spear was enough to tear the void apart. This guy noticed it in advance. Hui was stunned when he saw the Chaos General's action. A sharp origin energy exploded in the void, creating dozens of rings of destructive impact. Even the Chaos soldiers, who were thousands of miles away, were broken by the energy rings and turned into dust. The energy arrow, which carried the destructive power of order disintegration and origin energy, pierced through the void and slammed into the Chaos General's spear. The sudden release of energy instantly pierced through the spear, and the explosive energy pierced the Chaos General's chest with unstoppable force. The origin energy also gushed out in an instant and engulfed the Chaos General. The Chaos General was not killed so quickly under the erosion of the origin energy. Moreover, the cloud piercer that was supposed to have a second burst of energy only pierced through the Chaos General's body. It did not release the destructive power. It seemed that the former had interfered with it. *TU. Hui shouted and rushed forward. He smashed the Chaos General's face with his shield. The burst of holy light blew the already fragile body of the Chaos General into dust and dissipated in the void. Foam. I don't know what this thing did. It canceled out nearly half of your power. You might have to reassess it. I saw it, but it's not a big problem. Yun Nuashing, who had put down the bowstring again, let out a long sigh. His body swayed slightly in the void along with the surging origin energy. His robe and long hair danced wildly. He slowly reached out his hand and grabbed the nether void sword that was floating beside him. The origin energy that was surging like waves was now quietly gathering beside him. The gathering storm quietly stopped. We saw this scene and quickly shouted, "Everyone, quickly return to the realm of order. Defend! Defend! Everyone, back off! Back off!" The beings of order who were charging together with them obviously did not know what was going on. However, their commander reacted quickly and quickly ordered everyone to quickly retreat into the realm of order. Then they put up an energy barrier to strengthen the defense of the realm of order. As soon as they did that, they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Nothingness, origin, order. As Yun Nuashing stabbed the nether void sword heavily into the void, a soft shout suddenly spread across the void. The origin energy and the energy of the first light mixed and condensed into a colorful ball of energy. Then it suddenly exploded. The vast and colorful energy condensed into a substantial wave of energy that was enough to shatter the void and the void. A violent energy that could reverse order and chaos flooded the entire void in an instant. Everyone who had just stood still in the realm of order looked back and saw the entire void shining with a colorful light. The violent wave of energy that was as heavy as thousands of worlds slammed into their energy barrier. Even across the void, everyone could feel their hearts trembling. If they were caught in the wave, they would be gone. This guy is planning to hit his own people as well. Everyone stared with all their might and quickly turned their heads away. They could not keep staring at the light, as they were about to be blinded. The destructive wave of the Nihility primordial order instantly pulverized all the Chaos soldiers within the range of destruction, sending them back to the furnace to be remade. The 20 Chaos generals and the hundreds of Chaos constructs reacted a split second too late. The violent waves slammed into them several times in a single breath, causing more than half of the dark clouds and their constructs to explode. But it was also at the moment when more than half of them were destroyed that they struggled to hold up a chaos barrier, forcefully resisting the destructive waves that continued to wash over them. The moment the Order of Nothingness, which lasted for 10 seconds, ended, the chaos barrier that was floating alone in the void exploded. Hui, I Ching, and the others seized the opportunity and swarmed forward. Each of them found a target, and with a swing of their swords, they reaped the lives of the Chaos generals who were all alone. As for the Chaos constructs, their form had already collapsed, and they were finished with the energy torrent from the energy tower. 1/3 of the Chaos clouds in the distance had been washed away by the wave of destruction this time. Even the turbulence within the clouds had become much smaller. However, the clouds were still standing. The Chaos energy, which had been weakened a little, began to surge violently again. In just a few seconds, another Chaos general led a large group of Chaos soldiers forward. This time, there was no need for slogans or any confrontation. The Chaos general pointed his spear forward, and billions of soldiers charged without hesitation. Lord Feng, Lord Hui, the rule of order in the concept level is fading rapidly. It is the impact of the Chaos energy. They intend to seize the rule of order in this place. When the new batch of Chaos soldiers formed, I Ching brought them a piece of bad news. It reminded them immediately, this place is actually the domain of Chaos. They had been fighting for so long that they had forgotten about it. Yin Nuoxing said without thinking, "You decide on your own. Bring some people to the concept level to suppress the Chaos energy. Leave the battle in the void to us." Hui was about to say something when his eyes were suddenly attracted by a spot in the void. He quickly turned his head and was startled. "Feng, I feel a wave of order energy behind the Chaos energy. Could it be that part of the underworld? A guy with order energy behind the Chaos energy?" It was hard to guarantee that they would not think the wrong way. Yun Nuoxing's eyes flickered for a moment. Then he pulled the netherworld ruin sword out of the void. "Well, let's leave it for now. I have an idea, but it will have to wait." Hui was relieved to see him like this. He did not need to worry. If it was really related to the underworld, those bastards would not be able to survive more than a few energy blasts. If necessary, a primordial chaos would vaporize them. Chapter 1827. In the Void. In the battlefield between order and chaos, the exchange of blows between the two sides was actually rather dull and tedious. Most of the scenes that covered the void were scenes of violent energy eruptions. Some were chaos soldiers charging in formations, while some were order forces gathering to wipe out an entire army in one wave. There were only a few dozen ways of fighting. Although the ever-changing battlefield could allow these dozens of situations to evolve into millions of processes, it still could not escape the cycle of repetition. Even if the chaos soldiers that entered the battlefield were stronger than most of the order life forms. Other than being boring, this battle did not have any merits to speak of, just as they had said countless times. In the battle between order and chaos, only endless destruction and destruction was allowed to exist. The so-called justice and honor were just words to deceive themselves, to give themselves a hypothetical reason to persevere. In this battlefield that was filled with endless madness, if they did not find some meaning, reason, and spiritual support for themselves, they would not be able to survive. Not everyone was like Maple. The meaning of the battle was to crush the chaos and the underworld in the void. It was the strongest reason that allowed them to persevere without wavering until they destroyed themselves. Lord Hui, the realm of order has been hit by the chaos constructs head-on. Its defense has been reduced by more than half. The report gave Hui a slight headache. No matter how much the order had the upper hand at the beginning of the battle, as long as the battle went on for a long and endless cycle, the order would gradually fall into a disadvantage, just like now. As soon as the voice trailed off, we felt another violent tremor in the realm of order. An unprecedentedly powerful chaos blast hit the realm of order head-on, exploding into a gray energy sphere with a radius of at least 1,000,000 miles. The energy impact that was constantly exploding was quickly draining the energy of the realm of order. He directly saw the ripples of chaos energy spreading out from the realm of order. He even saw the gray energy runes that were released when the chaos energy eroded the order, rapidly depleting the energy of the realm of order. The latter flickered from time to time in the violent collision, like a star that was about to be extinguished. After all, it's a combined chaos blast from a mid-tier premier. If it takes another dozen of them, there would be a hole in the realm of order. Hui smiled bitterly as he looked into the distance. It was a powerful chaos attack launched by 7 or 8 chaos generals with hundreds of chaos constructs. As for why there was such a part of the power left here undealt with, it was because there was chaos power causing trouble in the concept level of the rules. I Ching brought a few people to deal with it, and naturally, there was a part of the combat power in the void. However, he wasn't too worried for now. After all, the multicolored energy shockwave that suddenly blossomed brought along an extremely ear-piercing energy shriek. The violently trembling explosion of origin energy caused the void to tremble together. Everyone retreated back into the order domain ahead of time. They watched as the void in their line of sight shook and trembled like noodles under the impact of the energy shockwave that had overlapped hundreds of times. It looked like the void would shatter under the force of the energy shockwave. The 10-second nihility, origin order came, and went as quickly as it came. It was like a rolling wave that swept away all the chaos power. In an instant, the void was much cleaner. Because Maple deliberately controlled his body, the destructive power of the origin energy would skyrocket every time he used it. This time, even the Chaos Generals were not left behind. It was unlike the previous few times when they still needed to deal the finishing blow. Without the Origin Sanctum, our power has more than halved. Hurry up and tidy up the order domain. Take the time to move the energy towers up here. However, you guys don't have any supplies from the logistics department now. Take it easy and don't destroy the energy towers. Hui shouted to his family members. Then he turned around and looked at the group of order beings who were using the time when chaos stopped to recover their power. He shouted, "Are you guys okay? Can you still hold on? It's no big deal. We've held on for so many years. Of course, we can hold on now." The man who was the highest commander of order took a deep breath and nodded at Hui. Then he quickly took the opportunity to say a few words before the chaos power swarmed them. "Thank you for your help. Phew, but who are you people? I've never heard of the existence of such power at the back. It's a long story. When the battle is over and we're all still alive, we'll make a pot of tea and talk about it slowly. Now, you just need to know that we belong to order. We're only here to kill those things that are neither human nor ghost. Everything else is not important for the time being." The man smiled bitterly. "The battle is over. I really don't know when we'll be able to wait for it to end, but it's true. It's useless to ask about that now. As long as everyone knows that they belong to order and that they're all here to fight, it's enough to know that. For now, it's enough. Don't you have any way to attack the chaos?" Taking advantage of the free time, we could not help but ask the question that had been bothering him for a long time. They only had the normal combat power of going out for patrol. Although the two main leaders of the Void frontline were here, it was still a little difficult. There were countless Order beings here. If they could stimulate their power, it would make the battle later on much easier. The man sighed and shook his head. Maybe in the past, but now, hearing that there was a hidden story, Hui perked up. What did you encounter? Especially in the past. That means now it's already. To everyone in the Order Void, perhaps the only thing everyone knows is the legacy gap. From the looks of it, it's clear that you all only think so. Then, it doesn't mean that those with a higher level of cultivation would be spared from the calamity. Hui quickly pulled Maple's soul seed in front of him. Here it comes. It's time to reveal some information. Finally, the moment came. Is there any other reason? One of the main reasons is the lack of inheritance. As for the other reason, this void has been damaged. Part of the source of the rules of order has been destroyed. Even if they were to completely repair themselves, there would be scars that would be difficult to remove. The man sighed. Huey's cheeks trembled when he heard that. The root of the rules of order has been destroyed, as expected of the chaos concept body. Although it might be that the void itself was strange, they never thought that it could destroy the root of the rules of order. The void of order created by the origin, heavenly God, would never be turned into the order of chaos even if it was attacked. This was the unshakable origin of the void of order. Yep, it was likely that they could destroy it. After all, they were existences on the same level as the origin, heavenly God. Since they were able to create, they were naturally able to destroy it as well. It was just that many conditions would need to be met before they could do so. Perhaps they had just barely managed to destroy a portion of the origin. As for the danger of the root being damaged, the danger was that all life in such an environment would probably have to change and start all over again. After all, the rules of the environment that life followed had changed, and it would be difficult to fully recover even if it was repaired. For example, humans who lived on land had to collectively move to the sea due to the change in the root of the rules. Everyone could breathe underwater, and it was no different from living on land. However, the land had become a forbidden ground for them. Even if the root of the rules was repaired and everyone could return to land, they would have been completely used to living in the sea and would probably have all sorts of discomfort even if they returned to land. That was probably what it meant. After all, the root of the rules of the environment of the void. Just by looking at the name, one would know that the rules of the environment related to the survival of all life. It was something that all life in a world or a region of the void would have to readjust or even find it difficult to get used to. For countless ordinary life, it was really a complete restart. On the other hand, higher life forms could slowly get used to it since most of them had already left the void and were not so severely restricted by the void. So part of the origin has been destroyed. So everything we know is, we said tentatively. When he saw the man nodding, he felt even more helpless. It was no wonder then. Perhaps the forgotten origin and chaos had something to do with this. Then there's nothing we can do. It was also no wonder that the combat power of the void of order looked normal but could not be unleashed. They could clearly wield swords, spears, halberds, and bayonets, but they just had to throw their bare fists at their faces. It was more or less the same feeling, and it was also very helpless. Aside from the effects of the destruction of the root not being so easy to recover from the after effects of recovery, well, it was equivalent to erasing one's innate talent so that a bunch of sword and spear wielders would never know what swords and spears were. As a new weapon that conformed to the changes of the rules, it might still be in a state where it was not discovered, and in time, it could only be used with punches and kicks. It was also equivalent to destroying Maple's magic circle, so that the Emperor of the Circle could only use the Netherworld Void Sword. Hiss, It seemed that even using the Netherworld Void Sword did not make him that weak. Well, it would have a big impact anyway. Lord Maple, Lord Hui, the soldiers of chaos have been wiped out, but the clouds are still condensing. The forces of the void are gathering here, and their structure have not been damaged enough to disintegrate them. The Order warrior who came with I Ching brought them some bad news. Hui was stunned. It's not damaged at all? Yes. Hui felt a toothache when he heard that and turned to look at Maple. That guy was still quite calm, as if the overall structure of the clouds of chaos was not damaged at all, which was completely within his expectations. Should we change the way we attack? Oh, yes, it's almost time for the next step. All right. Hui sighed and nodded, waving his hand. I Ching continued to suppress the concept of the rules. The others let the energy towers overload. This time, hey, wait, I didn't say to attack directly. Attack it? Huh. Hui was stunned for a moment and quickly withdrew the order and then stared at Maple. Then what does that mean? According to the previous process, shouldn't we be attacking the base directly now? Well, but now is not the normal situation. The previous process is not working well. Yun Nuoshing nodded. His eyes, which were glowing with a gorgeous luster, pierced through the chaotic clouds and looked behind it. If we continue fighting like this, even if we clean up the chaotic clouds and mist, it's useless. We still have to rush straight to the nest. Isn't the base? Hui said subconsciously, and then was startled when he saw Maple's eyes looking into the distance, and his face twitched. You don't mean there's a group of sneaky fellows hiding behind the entire battlefield? Yun Nuoshing looked at him and said, it's the position you sensed. There's the same chaos energy as the two groups of chaos soldiers. Hui heard that, and his handsome face twisted. Could the abyssal death mist derivative be constructed with these two groups of chaos soldiers as the blueprint? That's hard to say, but looking at the three of them as one, there should be some connection between them, probably related to both sides. Hui said, oh, the two-timing scum of the underworld. Yun Nuoshing, sooner or later, I'll open your brain and see what's inside. Hui let out a dry laugh and coughed. Subconsciously, completely subconsciously, he had to quickly bring the topic back to normal. So, should we attack now? Before Yun Nuoshing could say anything, the 3-in-1 cloud of chaos in front of them made another movement that shook the void. It was as if it was telling them that they had been holding back in the previous rounds, and now they were really going all out. The soldiers of chaos and the structures of chaos that rushed out like a swarm of bees were like a boundless sea. It was as if the clouds of chaos were spreading, but in fact, it was just the soldiers of chaos marching forward. The number of soldiers of chaos was estimated to be dozens of times more than the sum of the previous waves. The mighty army of chaos. Originally, in terms of scale, the number of chaos soldiers was actually not as many as the Order life forms participating in the battle here. When we first saw it, he wanted to shout, "Shame of chaos." However, considering that there were many unique chaos constructs, and their strength was ridiculously strong, it was normal to reduce the number of chaos soldiers for the sake of balance. That was not a problem. Even with the previous number, it was already very difficult for the Order life forms who were originally guarding this place to fight. He believed that if they did not appear out of nowhere and forcefully intervene, the trillions of Order life forms here might have lost 1/10 of their numbers as they fought and retreated. He thought that with them forcefully intervening, this round of the battle would be stable. Then, the other side directly laid all their cards on the table and did not use any high combat power to suppress them, while maintaining high combat power. They also planned to use the most normal human wave tactic to drown them to death. Yep, that was quite normal, a normal number. He was used to watching this scene calmly, and he believed that Maple would be very calm as well. It was just that he wasn't used to not having the Order army by his side from the Void front lines. Oh my God! We looked at the Chaos army that was enough to drown billions of Order life forms and was instantly stunned. Ho. Is it really necessary? Countless Order life forms looked at the Chaos army that emerged from the death mist of the abyss. They glared fiercely, gritted their teeth, and clenched their fists. Some of them swallowed their saliva and made a gesture of praying. They raised the weapons in their hands and then trembled as they put them down. After a moment, they raised their weapons firmly and took 2 steps forward. The atmosphere was so tense that everyone showed an expression that they were not afraid of death. However, no one retreated in the face of the Chaos army. Unbelievable. I have never seen such a number. The man who was the commander of the battlefield took a deep breath and said with a solemn expression, "It seems that this will be the final battle of Order. If we cannot protect the world behind us, dying in battle here seems not too bad." Yun Nuashing was still quite calm as he looked at the advancing army. His gaze was still calm. The structure of the Chaos cloud has loosened. The strength of the Chaos law has decreased, and the energy has decreased. There are cracks in the connection with the Void. It is probably the limit of all the energy to pull the last wave. Hui, who had just recovered from his shock, suddenly calmed down. In other words, it will be over after this wave. It is temporary. At least this wave of attack will end. However, Yun Nuashing raised his head and looked at the Void. Judging from the atmosphere of the Void that is getting worse and worse, it is probably just a temporary peace like a dream. The atmosphere of chaos is oppressive everywhere in the Void. The only safe place is the upper realm behind us. Even if the environment cannot be converted into the Chaos law, but he paused for a few seconds as if he was thinking about something or waiting for something to appear. Well, there is no way to stop the power of chaos from squeezing out of the Void. In the depths of the Void far away, there is a faint cloud of chaos forming. Although they are marching slowly, they will not be able to reach here so quickly. Hui was speechless. They are so shameless. They really belong to the chaos. Forget it. We will talk about the rest later. Now, let's deal with the army in front of us first. Yun Nuashing listened and nodded. He tilted his head and looked in Hui's direction. He waved his hand and brought Siyu and Feng Qing Huang to his side. The sudden appearance of the first light startled everyone around. Yun Nuashing looked at the commander-in-chief and said, "I'll give you a spatial coordinate. Think of a way to get people to seal off the area around the target. If you can, of course, seal it completely. If you can't, then at least make it difficult for the people inside to escape." Who are you referring to? A group of slippery loaches. They are very slippery, very slippery. I can guarantee that they already know of our existence. If we get even a little closer, they will probably run away. Yun Nuashing sighed. When he said this, Hui pressed his face and shook his head helplessly. "So, we can only ask you to seal the Void inconspicuously. We will stay here to deal with the main battlefield. We will think of a way to make the biggest commotion, so that you will not be noticed." After he said this, the people around them recovered from the shock brought by the formation of billions of chaos soldiers. Then they turned around and found that the group of newcomers gathered in front of them were all calm. Although it was a little difficult, they did not find it difficult at all. It was as if they were used to it. Oh, right, that guy who was as dazzling as the sun was still making the light on his body become brighter and brighter. They could vaguely see something appearing on the top of the light beam. But this group of loaches is really too cautious. We could not help but cross his arms. Currently, they did not know what the relationship between this group of probably from the underworld, and the 3-in-1 chaos cloud in front of them was. But from what Maple said, they probably had, well, a little bit of control. For example, the abyssal death mist that was mixed and was used to control the Chaos Soldiers. Very likely, if that was the case, those bastards became anxious after seeing that the Chaos Soldiers were defeated several times and their offensive was blocked. They did not hesitate to mobilize all their forces, mobilizing such a level of Chaos Soldiers. Holy crap! He seemed to see a galaxy's worth of chaos constructs pouring out of the cloud. There were hundreds of billions of them. The total number of abyssal death mist constructs facing the entire front line of the void at the same time seemed to be 3 or 4 times that number. And the battlefield over there was much bigger. This kind of rash action of mobilizing all the forces. Oh, it seemed like the people hiding behind the scenes were extremely afraid of them. They didn't know how much effort it took to gather the primal chaos clouds here, but after this disturbance, the primal chaos clouds would not move for at least 8 to 10 days. In order to deal with them, they had really put in a lot of effort. Oh, a deep horn sounded from the depths of the void. A force of order mixed with chaos quietly swept across the void, startling Yun Nuoshing, Hui, and the others. The Horn of Order. That's self-introduction. Huey's expression was as colorful as it could be. Even when he saw the Chaos Soldiers in front of him becoming irritable as if on steroids, it could not stop his expression from becoming even more colorful. After all, the Horn of Order was mixed with the breath of chaos, although it could buff the abyssal death mist constructs and the Chaos Soldiers. But he looked at Maple with an inexplicable expression on his face. This extra-large, violent comrade in the void had already gone mad and could no longer hold back the primordial power in his body. God knows how many statuses this horn had added to this extra-large bomb. The sound of the ancient bugle horn resounded in the void, accompanied by an aura that seemed to have been sealed for a long time. It seemed to have projected a certain image in everyone's mind. It was a grand battlefield that originated from more than a dozen epochs ago. The sound of the bugle horn led them back to that period, watching billions of worlds burn into sparks in the void. They could only look on helplessly as the morale and strength of the enemies in front of them skyrocketed. The language of chaos turned into roars that pierced through the void, causing their minds to tremble. They almost couldn't maintain the power of order in their bodies. Their vision became slightly blurry because of the roars. It was as if they saw themselves retreating in the void, fighting again and again. The people beside them fell down, blood and broken limbs dissipating in the void. The intense battlefield only echoed with endless slaughter and angry roars that were mixed with sorrowful cries. They retreated step by step, as if declaring their failure and powerlessness to everyone. They held on bitterly, unable to see the end of the war or the signs of victory. They were only delaying the arrival of destruction. The middle and lower planes that had long been reduced to dust were proof of their powerlessness. They could not protect themselves or their own worlds. Even if they gave it their all, there was no way to stop the collapse of order. They could only watch as millions of worlds fell apart under the engulfment of chaos. Roaring incessantly, the chaotic torrent that kept approaching was like a scene of life and death replaying countless times in their memories. Faintly discernible roars once again rang in their ears. They were also about to launch their final charge. If they could not return, this attack would be the fireworks that announced their end to the void. Well, there's not much time left. Let's handle it as we've just said. The ethereal, trembling voice that rang out made all the Order warriors who were absent-minded come back to their senses. Their gazes gathered on him, and their gazes trembled slightly. Arrange for people to surround that position first. The rest of you retreat to the rear of the Order realm. Don't get caught up in the commotion later. This guy will throw his own people into the void. When he gets irritable, Hui said to everyone with a grin. Everyone smiled bitterly. They had already tried it earlier. Half of them had been pressed into the void by Yun Nuoxing's energy torrent. It took them a while to swim back, pathetically. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes at him. She turned around and walked forward. 196 types of origin energy surged wildly in the clamor of the order horn. Colorful azure wings condensed from her shoulder blade and spread far behind her. The ray of light that symbolized the earliest days of the De Yuan realm was flashing violently. Its volume was also expanding under the influence of the surging origin energy. One could vaguely see that there seemed to be a star system emerging in the place where the light shone. The same ancient and long majesty, like the reappearance of those lost lives, stunned both sides once again. The soldiers of chaos were slightly stunned by the existence of the original light that was fused with the origin energy. They even slowed down their marching pace. They seemed to remember something. Come. The dancing sea of origin energy stirred up the biggest waves in the void. He looked at the army of chaos in front of him quietly. Let the power of origin devour you. Chapter 1828. In the distant void, flashes of energy were bursting again and again. Those were lights that were comparable to the void when the grand primordial realm was created. It was incomparably dazzling and so blinding that it hurt everyone's eyes. Following the bursting flashes of energy, there was no time difference in the void as well. With infinite speed, it instantly swept to the limit of the wave's reach. Under that wave of destruction, everything in the void seemed to have become a small boat in the ocean, constantly being pushed underwater by the waves, rising up and being swept back to the bottom of the sea again. It was a cycle that kept repeating, and even if one did not die, they would be dumbfounded. That was the scene of endless order energy bursting out, far more violent than the battle just now. It was as if they had no qualms until now, and decided to go all out in battle. It was a scene more frightening and insane than the advance of the Chaos Army. He didn't know why, but when those multicolored flames shone on his face, he kept feeling a bit of grief in the bottom of his heart. It was a hollow feeling, as if he had forgotten something extremely important. It should be something extremely important. But since it was so important, why had it been forgotten? Do they really not need help? The man sighed inwardly and turned to I Ching, who was leading the way in front, and asked worriedly, no problem. If it's just this level, it won't be too much of a problem. Lord Feng and Lord Hui haven't completely unleashed their full power. We would only be a little nervous if such a large amount of chaos power appeared continuously. But since we know that it's just the last of their forces, we don't have to worry too much. I Ching looked at Lord Hui and gave him a thumbs up, calmly putting on a cool, faint smile. Indeed, they had panicked when they saw so many chaos soldiers surging out in an instant in the conceptual layer of rules. But the information that Lord Maple passed to them next made them breathe a sigh of relief. The entire nation's army, one wave and only a small number at that. That was fine. Lord Maple did not even change his form, and the voice of the origin of chaos did not descend upon the void. There was nothing to worry about. He couldn't help but pity the Chaos Soldiers. According to Lord Maple, the Chaos Soldiers were most likely suppressed by the underworld. It was simply, he didn't know how to put it. The Chaos Soldiers were suppressed by the underworld, and a wave of Chaos Soldiers rushed up to give him EXP or something. If the Chaos Soldiers knew about this, they would probably skin the underworld alive. Why don't we fast forward things to the point where the underworld and the two chaos concept bodies are fighting? Forget it. The two chaos concept bodies aren't easy to get along with, so there's no need for them to meet. If they meet, They will break through the void with them before they can strangle the underworld to death. Our destination is just ahead. I Ching waved his hand and brought his men to a halt. The people behind him, more than 1,000,000 Order warriors, were all rubbing their fists and glaring at the dark void in front of them, even though they could not see anything at all. According to Lord Maple's method, I Ching took out a palm-sized orb of colorful energy from his bosom and waved his hand in front of him. After confirming that he could sense a faint energy movement coming from the void ahead, he nodded and waved his hand to give the order. Everyone, prepare the energy towers. The invisible order domain will immediately expand. In short, surround the void ahead. Don't seal it yet. There was a movement in the void ahead that made the origin energy slightly excited. It was not hard to imagine that it was the annihilation energy, but he was not confident that he could touch Lord Maple's annihilation energy unscathed. Lord Maple probably thought the same, which was why he had him carry a cluster of origin energy over. Should we send someone in to take a look while their attention is still up ahead? The commander could not help but ask after looking at the empty void ahead for a while. No, don't do that. I Ching shook his head vigorously. These bastards are very slippery, cunning, and slippery. Without an absolute 1,000,000% success rate, we must not act rashly. If we let them go, it will be another big problem. For the Order Void, it is a life-threatening problem. The man scratched his head in confusion. He knew the last sentence. The chaos energy was a problem everywhere, a deadly threat. But what about the first sentence? Although I heard you all keep emphasizing it, but can the chaos energy be slippery? Don't they only know how to push the order and crush everything? I Ching and the others who were busy setting up the invisible order domain were stunned when they heard that. They looked at each other. I Ching scratched his face. Lord Maple, and the others didn't tell you. The group shook their heads vigorously. They only knew the gist of it. They knew that they were going to surround a part of the void, and seeing such a large scale of forces, they subconsciously thought that they were going to deal with a group of troublesome chaos spawns. Before the abyssal death shroud fused into one, there was a group of chaos spawns wearing black cloaks that did seem to have some intelligence, higher level, and more powerful. They thought that they were going to deal with this group of chaos spawns carefully. I Ching was a little helpless when he saw that the group did not know anything. The chaos energy was being controlled by a group of life forms belonging to the Order. He did not know what they would think if the news got out. Lord Maple and Lord Hui did not mention it. Well, he thought that the two lords did not mention it because they thought it troublesome. If they really wanted to avoid letting them know, they would not have let the commander bring a large group of people here. With that thought, I Ching did not feel any pressure. He coughed softly and picked up some important information to tell the commander. After a while, when he saw the commander's stunned expression in the void, I Ching calmly spread his hands. This was the result he wanted to see. After following Lord Maple for so long, he was a little evil and liked to destroy the worldview of others. The mastermind, or at least the mastermind at this stage, was actually a member of the Order. If this news got out, it would be very exciting. At first, it sounded like an internal conflict, but after thinking about it carefully, it felt like domestic violence. To put it more accurately, it was called closing the door and destroying the whole family. Although I don't understand. The man looked at him, dumbfounded, when the constantly changing expression on his face froze at 1/3 believing, 1/3 doubting, and 1/3 conflicted. It was very difficult to look at. It's good that you don't understand, because we don't understand either. I Ching exaggeratedly grinned and put on an even more ferocious and distorted expression. To be honest, we have been fighting with them for God knows how many years. Even now, we still don't know what they are planning to do. At this time, we can just use Lord Maple's words. as members of the order, if they stand on the side of chaos, they should be dealt with according to the chaos. Don't give them a chance to surrender and clear their names. That's the general idea. Everyone was speechless. What a domineering way of putting it. If they, well, think about it carefully. Think about it. 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 Think about how they fought from the lower realm all the way to the upper realm. Along the way, they experienced countless deaths and scenes of destruction. It was as if they were immersed in time and could only walk forward numbly, turning themselves into evil spirits. They watched as the people around them, their loved ones, and their friends fell one by one under the iron hooves of chaos. Now, they were almost unable to protect their own families. All right, they could accept it immediately. Their stomachs full of resentment and anger were transferred from an illusory target floating in the void to something with a physical body. Just thinking about it would directly increase their combat power by 100 times. The hidden domain of order has expanded to cover the surrounding void. The deeper void has also been sealed. This void region can be considered our territory. Set up the energy towers. The concept level of the laws here is more seriously corrupted by chaos than the places we dealt with. Make preparations to counterattack the concept level of the laws here. For now, just stabilize it first. Don't leave the hidden domain. I Ching waved his hand and continued giving orders. He then turned towards the place where the energy of order was exploding. Now, we just have to wait for Lord Maple and Lord Radiant to make their move. Once they give the order, everyone's expression was solemn and somber, as if they were about to set foot on some mysterious, epic battlefield, putting aside the fact that they were rubbing their palms together. There was even a big brother who knelt on the spot and took out a whetstone to sharpen his sword, which was considered a divine item among divine items among mortals. If not for the fact that I Ching thought that he might be trying to relieve his inner tension and hold back the rage that had yet to erupt, I Ching really did not know how to explain that divine items did not need a whetstone. Pinching his arm, I Ching muttered to himself as he studied the void in front of him, clenching his fist at times and gritting his teeth at other times. In the end, he could not hold back and slapped himself on the forehead. No, I have to make some more preparations. All of you, come and help. Take out all the energy towers. The man watched the commotion before him and suddenly believed what they said about the enemy being slippery. He would even believe that they were preparing for the final battle against the death shroud of the abyss. At the very least, they would not use such a level of combat power to block the door. He had just seen how a single energy tower could destroy a whole patch of chaos spawns, and here he counted. This was already more than the number of people they had brought with them. Currently, the number of energy towers was about 1, 5 times the number of people, and it was still increasing rapidly. He estimated that the enemy's cunning was measured by the number of energy towers I Ching and the others had thrown down. Even when they were fighting the chaos spawns, they had not been so prepared. Well, the number of energy towers was already more than 10 times the number of people they had. Well, Your Excellency I Ching, isn't this too wasteful? One of the Order warriors could not help but scratch his head and frown. Yuan's energy surged in the energy tower before him. It's not wasteful. Our opponents are those fence-sitters from the underworld who only know how to hide at the back. Now that we have the chance, we can blast them to death. The Order warrior scratched his head. What I mean is, look, we have a huge yield here. I Ching stopped tidying up the energy towers and turned to look at him seriously. He pressed his palm on the warrior's shoulder. Comrade, how much yield? Counting the energy crystals, there should be a few 100 million of them, and all of them are scraps. Drag them out. Make way, all of you. Let's bring out the biggest yield in history. Make some space in the void. Everyone hurriedly retreated. Just as they settled into their positions, they saw an extremely huge spatial vortex appear in the void behind them. Just the commotion caused this hidden domain of order to quickly gather energy to prevent them from being exposed. Then, the barrier of the Sea of Time cracked open. A huge mass of things emerged from the huge spatial vortex. He wanted to see what it was. A thick layer of energy crystals wrapped around it. Inside, there were all kinds of energy towers. They had already seen some of them before, and they were now right in front of them. They had also seen some when they were dealing with the chaos spawn. However, this huge mass of mixed things clearly contained many different types of energy towers, ranging from 100 feet to 1,000 feet in size. The mixed rules and energy aura were also very strange. There were also energy crystals piled up at the side. Some of them had already been scrapped, but there was still a considerable amount of chaotic energy remaining. Some were only left with a shell, but just the shell alone was releasing a considerable amount of energy. All of the order life forms were dumbfounded as they watched this thing being pulled out from a dimensional vortex in the void. Then it steadied itself in a wobbly state hidden within the order domain. Heavens, that thing was truly majestic. It was even larger than a gigantic star, and there were probably hundreds of millions of different energy auras crazily squirming within it. It's done. It's done. Done. I Ching clapped his hands and shouted through the soul transmission. Lord Foam, Lord Hui, everything is ready. We only need one thing. The origin energy swept across the entire void. The chaos generals and chaos constructs that were charging towards the first light were torn into dark clouds by the impact of the massive energy. The exploding energy dispersed into thousands of scattered energy beams that swept across the void before them, tearing apart the formation of the chaos soldiers like sharp swords. Every movement would take away millions of chaos soldiers. Foam, I Ching's side is done. We should be done with the battle here, too. Hui tore apart dozens of guardian shields and charged forward with Feng's disintegrating energy of order, causing the naturally formed chaos domain of the chaos soldiers to flicker violently. The chaos energy was rapidly depleted. Yun Nuoshing saw the opportunity to mobilize a part of the power of the magic circle. Millions of magic circles gathered into the shape of a pyramid. All the energy was focused. After a moment of delay, a colorful energy blast that turned into a solid crystal suddenly burst out, piercing through the chaos domain that was on the verge of collapse. The origin energy that had been soaked in the void suddenly swarmed up, drowning all the chaos soldiers that were exposed outside the domain in a sea of energy. We saw that he was still in a frenzied attack mode and could not help but scratch his head. He threw out a few energy blasts, then broke a guardian shield and threw it out. He quickly teleported to Feng's side and shouted, Foam, I Ching's side is ready. The void can be sealed at any time. They can't run away. Yun Nuoshing trembled violently. 1/3 of the magic circle behind him was in a state of silence. He was shocked by Huey's shout. 1/3 of the magic circle poured out an overload of energy all at once. The mighty energy torrent made the area in front of him shine as if an entire galaxy had been blown up. Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a few seconds before he reacted. Huh, are you ready? Hui smiled bitterly and nodded. This guy was affected by the power of the Horn of Order. He was only one step away from becoming a human. I'm ready. Let's end the battle here and hurry over. However, to end the battle here, well, the battle here should have been over long ago. The reason it was not over was just to buy time so that I Ching and the others could be fully prepared. The heavens had pity on this group of unlucky chaos soldiers who had run into a group of useless teammates. They pulled a wave of national soldiers and were about to rush over to fight them. In the end, they blew the horn at the beginning of the battle, strengthening the biggest killing machine of the Void of Order to an unknown degree. They simply felt that life was too boring and could not help but want to make it more difficult for themselves. Well, the underworld actually did not know that the Horn of Order would have a strengthening effect on Maple. Regardless of whether it was the inside or the outside of this place, the outside had only appeared a few times, and the few times it had appeared did not have much effect. After all, it had also strengthened Maple. A round of 10,000 formations at the same time. A newly formed derivative would be equivalent to dying again. If they knew, they would probably seal the Horn of Order forever, or simply destroy it. It was a tool that could not do anything right. We did not know how much effort the underworld had spent to distort this divine equipment given by the god of origin, but he felt that if the underworld knew that the Horn of Order that they had painstakingly distorted to avoid the power of order and instead strengthened the power of the abyssal death mist had also allowed a powerful enemy to be strengthened in the end, their expressions would definitely be quite interesting. He could not wait to see this scene. He really wanted to see it. Although he didn't know what this guy was thinking, but looking at his wretched expression, he knew that this guy might not be thinking of anything good. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but roll his eyes. The pair of azure wings on his back fluttered rapidly, like two galactic rivers flying up and down, drawing out streaks of dazzling galactic traces in the void. Even though she was still in battle mode, Feng Qinghuang could not help but exclaim softly, "So beautiful!" Hui thought for a moment and said, "When you have time, you can ask Maple to stretch out his wings and let you touch them. They feel very good and very comfortable." "Really?" Not now. Maple needs to focus his mind to destroy all the soldiers of chaos in one breath. Touching his wings will distract him. I heard that it is slightly tactile. Siyu looked at Hui with a strange expression and said, "How do you know that it is very comfortable? Could it be?" Hui laughed dryly. He pressed his hands on his head and let out a long sigh. "Speaking of this, my head really hurts a little. At that time, I didn't control myself and touched it. Then I became addicted to it and rubbed it for a while like a cat. I was beaten until my head was full of bumps." Siyu and Feng Qinghuang were speechless. "But it is definitely worth it." "Really?" Feng Qinghuang coughed softly and quickly hid her strange expression. She stared at the two azure wings that were flying in the sky and said, "Are those really wings?" "Oh, actually they are not." Hui shook his head and said, "Just like when we fight to the extreme, we will release all of our divine, right, divinity, and rule power, which will cause the God Ring to appear. This is the movement of Maple when he uses all of his power. It seems to have suddenly become like this after some evolution. Look, his God Ring is basically not visible." The two girls looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was controlling hundreds of millions of magic circles. Then they looked behind them and Hui. There were 7 God rings spinning behind the 3 of them. The creatures of order, who were still fighting in the realm of order, also had a large group of God rings spinning around. They immediately understood. Siyu suddenly had an idea. She walked forward and touched Feng Qinghuang's God ring. She quickly said, "There is nothing special." "You feel anything?" Feng Qinghuang shook her head and said, "No." The two girls looked at Hui together. He could not help but smile bitterly and said, "That is not a God ring. It is just a movement. Based on my experience, it should be, it is a kind of evolution of rule power and energy. Because it gathers one's consciousness and other things in it, there will be feelings. A God ring does not have this function. It is just a decoration." Siyu nodded. Then, under Feng Qinghuang and Hui's stunned gaze, she suddenly ran to Yun Nuoxing's side. She pulled him and said, Little star, let me touch your wings. Yun Nuashing was speechless. The battle was about to begin. What was wrong with this girl? He quickly shifted his gaze to Hui, only to see him quickly hiding in the crowd to show that he didn't exist. At that moment, he understood everything. He basically wouldn't spread his azure wings for no reason. The last time when he was meditating in the void, he was hugged and rubbed by a certain guardian for a long time. Now, that Siyu couldn't help but show a curious expression. We must have said something to them. Stop fooling around. I am busy. Yun Nuashing sighed. Helplessly, he spread his azure wings and put the girl aside. He continued to urge the origin energy that had already reached its peak. The world core of the land of origin trembled a few times. The original light and the origin energy's range of influence had expanded by hundreds of times. Even though the original light was still around, a large area of the void had already fallen into the range of the original light and the origin energy. This included the place that I Ching and the others were preparing to seal. Now, this is my territory. Hui sensed the movement and quickly jumped out of the crowd. He shouted to I Ching through soul transmission, seal it! Seal it! Nail that place in the void for me. Once they make the slightest move, use the energy towers to decorate their world and change its style without hesitation. The sudden order made I Ching, and the others looked serious. They looked at each other and activated all the energy towers without hesitation. The light of energy surged and flooded the void in front of them. Spread, spread, spread. Let all the energy towers release all the energy, using a power that could sink an entire region of the void into nothingness. Completely nail the space in front of us in the void. The origin energy towers are fully prepared. The origin energy has come into contact with an unknown target. It is eroding and suppressing. A group of people carried at least 10 million energy towers in a frenzy. All the energy they released fell into the empty void in front of them. In just an instant, the void in front of them fluctuated violently. Streaks of dark energy, runes, jumped out of the void. At the same time, there were colorful and mysterious patterns that densely covered their vision. Good Lord, a barrier made by the annihilation energy and the origin energy. Hui could not help but clap his hands and snap his fingers when he saw it from afar. He tore a dozen pieces of the guardian shield in one go from afar and stained all the fragments with Maple's origin energy. He plunged all of them into the violently shaking void in one breath. The holy energy and the origin energy released turned the fragments into long nails that penetrated the void, nailing the entire space in the void. Then he quickly shouted, "Maple! Caught it! The fish has entered the net." His multicolored eyes slowly opened, reflecting the void that was occupied by boundless annihilation energy and origin energy. He abruptly waved his hand, and a startled cry resounded through the void. Myriad phenomena in the void, chaos falling stars. Chapter 1829. Nature Manifestation. Star was one of Maple's best, no, favorite wide area attack skills. Well, it was purely because of its wide area of effect, focused fire, and saturated energy, which was why he liked it very much. It was about the same frequency as the three forms of nothingness, since there was probably no one in the void who liked wide area attacks more than him. How should he describe such an attack? He got it. For example, in front of him was a void or a star field. In short, it was to treat the large area in front of him as an ocean, a vast and boundless ocean. Then, he would randomly choose a spot on the ocean and set a circular point. The size of the circle would be up to Maple's liking. Then, he would open a vertical hole of the same size in the ocean. The surrounding seawater would pour in the moment the hole was opened. The seawater that poured in would be the destructive energy. that filled the hole at the moment of saturation. By the way, the hole would be a bottomless hole, so it would not be filled. Moreover, after the hole was opened, in addition to the surrounding seawater passively pouring in, it would also erupt with a powerful suction force. The seawater further away would also be affected by this suction force, rolling up huge waves and smashing into the hole with the momentum of the waves. It was more or less like that. Compared to manifestation of the stars, which was a wide area attack, it was more like a concentrated bombardment skill. It was just that Maple would sometimes make the hole very big. For example, he would make it the size of 200 or 300 galaxies put together, or the size of a few thousand worlds. In any case, the basic attack range was to drown the void in front of him, compared to the 3 forms of nothingness, which was an attack with no difference in area of effect. It was a skill that was forcefully added in area of effect damage by someone. Yeah, furthermore, he had actually tried to withstand Maple's nature manifestation, Star, when he was a mid-tier premier. It was to test the power of the skill, to see if Maple's strength had increased, and then to see if his ability to take a beating had improved. The result of the test was quite touching. He was burnt to a crisp after 2 minutes, and even lay in the Temple of Origins for half a day after that. When Sui Feng, Jing Yun, and the others came to visit him, their expressions were so interesting that it was as if they were paying respects to a deceased person. As the saying went, a single punch from a strong man was nothing to be afraid of, provided that the punch didn't kill you. However, what was scary was if a strong man could continuously punch and kick you for 2 minutes, and the effective number of punches could reach more than 2,000 per second. That was really, just thinking about it, made his scalp tingle and his waist hurt a little. That's right, when Maple uses this skill, there are actually 3 situations. The first is to shout out the entire sentence. Yep, it's that one sentence. If it were someone else, they would probably have to chant it for a long time. The preparation for this skill is actually quite troublesome. The second situation is to simply say the words nature, stars. This means that Maple is about to go all out and is planning to push the enemy to the brink of death. In less than 2 minutes, he will definitely follow up with any one of the order disintegration and the 3 forms of nothingness, or even 4 of them, or a few consecutive rounds. As for the third situation, when he shouted nature's call, it meant that it was a temporary and instantaneous release. Most of the time, for example, when he suddenly wanted to beat him up, he would use nature's call to push him into the void without saying a word. He was already used to it. Talking about this in the face of a great battle seemed a little off topic. It's fine. He deliberately went off topic. If he didn't go off topic, he really wouldn't know how to describe the scene in front of him. Using the analogy just now, the void in front of him was like an ocean. Endless energy with enough force to annihilate the void kept rushing forward. That was the scene depicted by the explosion of 196 types of origin energy, the endless energy of the void, and the hundreds of millions of magic circles behind Maple. No matter who was standing here, they would only see a colorful energy stream that seemed to have gathered all the colors in the world, gushing forward like a waterfall. The only problem was that the diameter of this waterfall was probably calculated in light years, starting from 1 million, and this was only the size in the void. If converted, this stream of light could actually drown tens of thousands of world groups. He was still being merciful and didn't let the wildly gathering energy explode on the spot. If it did, not many of the billions of order beings behind him would still be standing. Boom! The surging torrent of energy washed the void ahead for a full minute before it slowly came to a stop. Even when the energy began to recede and stop, the void in front of him continued to release countless high-density energies that were difficult to dissipate. The extremely unstable energies that remained mixed with the energies of the void would suddenly explode if one was not careful exploding into balls of colorful energy in the void. Large and small, they filled a third of the area that the energy washed over. There were even more energy anomalies that appeared in the void because the residual energies were too dense and mixed with the aura of the void. And the void, it would probably boil for a while before it slowly calmed down. This guy is getting more and more violent. Hui lifted his head from behind the guardian shield. This was his classic move. When he looked up and saw the countless traces of chaotic energy explosions in front of him, the corner of his eyes could not help but twitch a few times. It should be quite exciting to be sucked in. He knew that this guy definitely could not be treated as a cricket at the peak of the origin. Don't think that just because he did not have any changes in his realm in the past 5 eras, he did not have any changes in his combat power. With his combat power that was not at full strength, he could definitely push Hui and the 100 or so inheritors into the void and beat them up violently. The combat power of one person who challenged half of the nodes was probably, that would require Maple to fully use rule, order, energy form. Probably the void in front of them had become completely empty. There was not even an ant formed by chaos energy. Those chaos generals and chaos constructs that slightly surprised them had all turned into ashes, like a dark cloud that shrouded the world of order. The 3-in-1 chaos clouds that made them gradually retreat from the middle and lower realms to the upper realms had also dissipated. Although there was still chaos energy squirming in the void in the distance, because they did not have enough manpower and did not arrange enough power, there was no way they could divert power to suppress it. The chaos energy, there had probably been tortured to death by the chaos energy. It was not to the extent of turning from order to chaos. However, order could not bring any suppression to chaos. The chaos energy that was surging in the no man's void would recover its power faster than anyone could imagine. It meant that it would not be long before a new battle. Now, it was just an intermission. Boom, boom. The eruption of energy sparks in the distance attracted the attention of all the order life forms behind them. Nuashing, Hui, and the rest turned their heads. The void that I Ching and the rest had used all means to suppress was now spewing out powerful energy at the same time because of the explosion of the annihilation energy and the origin energy. The suppression power was fading little by little. Little Ching, what's the situation over there? Is it a counterattack? Hui immediately pulled I Ching's soul and shouted, "It's a resistance from the inner area. But it's not a big problem. With the energy tower we left behind and everyone's suppression power, we can definitely." As I Ching spoke, the void in front of them exploded with even more annihilation energy and origin energy. The huge impact made their faces twitch. They had forgotten that they were still reporting to the two of them. They quickly ordered, "Continue to increase the suppression power. No, don't be in a hurry to throw that huge amount of energy in. If you throw it in, I'm afraid they will blow up along with the seal we left behind." "Lord Hui, Lord Foam, the situation here is still fine, but I hope you can come quickly to help suppress it. I'm worried that something unexpected will happen if we delay." I Ching hurriedly left a sentence and hung up the soul message. They could feel that the former was continuing to increase all kinds of power, almost mobilizing half of the void's energy to cover that area. The domain suppressed by the original light is slightly impacted. It's a mixed impact of the annihilation energy and the origin energy. Although I'm confident that it won't. Yun Nuashing stopped mid-sentence. He pondered for a moment before saying, "But it's the underworld after all. The underworld left here, and the underworld in the outer void, who knows which side is stronger. To prevent any accidents, it's better to go over now. The annihilation energy and the origin energy are very strong. It feels like they are more powerful than the one outside. Is the order and chaos of the mythological era stronger, or the order and chaos of this very moment stronger? Well, Hui folded his arms and frowned in thought. From the clues we found, both sides must be stronger in the mythological era. Well, I mostly know what you mean. This is the oldest battlefield since the mythological era, and the sparks of the war between order and chaos have yet to be completely extinguished. The underworld left, outside, should be more or less the same. Although they have the immunity space to withstand the various weakening and decline brought about by the shattering of the environment's rules, there's no guarantee that the annihilation energy and the origin energy in their hands would not weaken as the environment changed. That's the general idea. Yun Nuoshing nodded. But as for the last question, well, perhaps we've underestimated the power that the underworld might have preserved. Perhaps they hold the greater power of order and chaos in their hands, but have yet to really show it. Huey's cheeks twitched as he waved his hand vigorously. No, I'm not underestimating them at all. Not only that, I'm wary of them as an enemy. It's almost at the level of the origin god and the chaos concept body. Hui said as he spread his hands. TCH, let's not talk about that. Anyway, let's go help I Ching and the others hold down the scene. We still have to make sure that nothing goes wrong. He turned to look at the beings of order. We don't know if that person in your family has said anything. We don't need too much help over there. You should seize the time to rest and recover your strength. This war is far from over. Every minute of rest must be used well. Everyone looked at each other, unsure of what to do for a moment. It was only until their respective commanders ordered everyone to regroup that they rested. After leaving some magic circles to help them rest, Yun Nuoshing and the others were about to go and help I Ching hold down the underworld when suddenly an urgent voice rang through the soul. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The underworld is attacking. There are Yuanshire out there. There are almost 100 of them. There are chaos constructs appearing. We have observed an extremely large amount of annihilation energy in the area. There are huge objects appearing from the void in the area that are being held down. The void here is being suppressed and locked down. They are also trying to hold us here. You can't run away. Do you want to fight to the death with us? How can we let you have your way? Everyone switch 2/3 of the energy in the energy towers from being suppressed to attacking mode. Blast those guys who are poking their heads out of the net. Gather all energy. 3, 2, 1. Fire. 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 The void that had only calmed down for a few minutes became extremely irritable once again. Violent energy visible to the naked eye could be seen on the other end of the void, exploding into a vast sea of light and igniting the dark void. An energy that was a mixture of order and chaos was rapidly emerging under the suppression of the violent energy of the sea of light. There was a high chance that it was trying to overturn the inescapable net that they had set up and then trap them in the net. As for whether they intended to continue fighting after that or to flee first, let's talk about that later. Whatever they want to do, whatever they want to achieve, we just have to stop them from achieving it. Hui quickly picked up the Guardian's shield and Guardian's sword. He led the rest of the people and turned into a golden light that pierced through the void. In an instant, they arrived at the battlefield where millions of energy towers were exploding with endless energy. Yun Nuoshing turned around and looked at Siyu and Feng Qinghuang. He nodded at them and said, "You two go and help first. I'll be right behind you." Siyu and Feng Qinghuang looked at him strangely. They did not hesitate and rushed into the battlefield in the next second and unleashed their power. Yun Nuoshing slowly took a few steps forward and left the place where hundreds of millions of order beings were. He did not take the lead to go to the battlefield. Instead, he walked to a relatively empty void. He raised his hands and looked at the annihilation energy that was ignited on his hands without him noticing. He frowned slightly. The order of chaos in the greater void has taken the upper hand. There is a possibility that the law of order might be reversed. As expected, this place is different from the void that I know. So, when the law of chaos reaches this level, the annihilation energy will have this kind of change. He raised his head and looked at the depths of the void. He did not know where his gaze landed. He was just looking at it casually. He could feel that something in the void was trying to attract his attention. The movement did not belong to order. In other words, it had nothing to do with the origin heavenly God. Then it could only be chaos concept body, the little angel whispered in his soul. Her voice was solemn. This was probably the reason why the annihilation energy suddenly flared up. It was just that she did not know where it was watching him, or it was just trying to attract his attention. It was a reaction that they did not expect. They did not expect that the annihilation energy would have such a change in an environment where the law of order was declining and the law of chaos was multiplying. It was a little enthusiastic. Well, it was like an unpopular club that saw a newcomer standing in front of the door, looking in hesitantly. They immediately became enthusiastic and tried to drag the newcomer into the club. The little angel's pretty face could not help but darken a little. Are you trying to say that they can't wait to pull you into their club? It's just an analogy, but this movement is really very similar. Yun Nuoshing covered half of her face with a bitter expression. The little angel also felt helpless after hearing this. Being stared at by the origin heavenly God and the primal chaos concept body, it was true that there was no one in the void who was more miserable than him. If he wanted to find someone else, he would have to look for them in the river of time more than 300 years ago. Is the effect big? Can you still move? Yun Nuoshing sensed it carefully. The annihilation energy in his body remained in a boiling state, as if it had returned to its home ground, and became excited. The other half of the origin energy that occupied the field, because they had coexisted for 5 eras, ignored the 2 of them who were in the same body. Perhaps it finally realized that even if it fought with its life on the line, it would only kill him. But at this moment, the 2 annihilation energies did not intend to do anything to him. Instead, they were moving according to his wishes. At least, they did not cause him any trouble in the past 5 eras. Oh, one of them was a newcomer. He did not know about that one. Let's observe for now. By the way, I'll deal with the problem of order in the void environment. Hui and the others are fine for now. They can still handle it. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh of relief and waved his hand, ignoring the annihilation energy that was churning in his hand. His gaze fell on the place where Hui and the others were fighting. The life form of order wrapped in chaotic energy was rampaging within the blockade that was surrounded by energy towers all over the ground. It was a primeval heavenly god from the underworld, a beginner. It was the first underworld life form that he had seen that was personally tainted with chaotic energy. It was not a fledgling, although the fledgling was also from the underworld. It was, after all, formed using chaotic energy as a catalyst. It was not a human or a ghost. Yun Nuoshing could not tell if it was a life form formed quickly from the beginning to the end, or if it was just a force conscription that could fight against them for 5 eras. In any case, that wasn't the aura of a normal life form. It was easy to tell that the life form of order that was tainted with chaos energy was a genuine primeval heavenly god that had a lifespan measured in epochs. He even took the risk and allowed himself to come into contact with annihilation energy. Yun Nuwashing did not know if the primeval heavenly gods were forced to take the risk in the battle back then, or if they were forced to use chaos energy, because they were forced into a corner by Yun Nuwashing and Yun Nuwashing, judging from the characteristics of these things that the chaos specters called loaches. Well, it was really hard to tell. Hui, I'll leave the battlefield over there to you. Call me if there's any problem. Huh. Hui was about to hit one of the primeval heavenly gods with the divine energy staff. When he heard that, his hand trembled slightly, and he accidentally used all his strength to hit the primeval heavenly god like a ball into nothingness. What? No, what's going on over there? Did you run into some trouble? Could it be that the chaos concept body stabbed you in the back? Back your head. Yun Nuwashing rolled her eyes at Yun Nuwashing. Anyway, don't worry about it. Just call me if there's any trouble. I'll be there whether there's any trouble on my side or not. Hui felt a little weird that Feng Lin threw the soul message aside after muttering so quickly. However, from the feeling that came from the soul seed, Hui did not feel anything wrong with Feng Lin, so he could only ignore it and focus on what was in front of him. Tens of thousands of gray energy beams with crazy scarlet patterns burst out from the void in front of him, piercing through layers of order defenses and rushing towards his face. The 3-in-1 chaos energy was much stronger than the standard chaos energy that they faced just now. However, it was weaker than the chaos impact that the chaos generals unleashed. The violent presence was enough to lure the order beings into a frenzy across the void. They did not dare to let the millions of order beings go on a rampage with them, and could only let them provide support within the order domain that they had built. The heavy clashing sound of the chaos impact reverberated throughout the surrounding void. We could not tell if it was the 3-in-1 chaos spawn that unleashed the attack or the primeval heavenly gods that were tainted by chaos. Lord Hui, there's an extremely huge spatial ripple coming from the void in front of us. It's hard to tell what it is. There's no need to tell. If I'm not mistaken, it should be more than a dozen world-light clusters, and the power that is lying in ambush within those world-light clusters, ready to fight us at any time. Hui said quickly. The shield in his hand burst out with holy light and dispersed the chaotic impact that had been shining on him for a long time. He shouted as he walked forward, "Let 30% of the energy towers be fully charged. When their world light cluster floats up, let's give them a fierce wave of attack first. The rest of you, focus fire on those flies. I Ching, take out Feng Lin's ordered disintegration circle. That guy is being held back by something and can't come to help. Lord Feng, I got it." I Ching was stunned. After a moment, he hurriedly searched his body. After a while, he took out a black cube the size of a head. He found an energy tower and pressed it on top of the cube where the energy crystals should be. Then, pieces of energy formations that were tens of millions of miles long appeared in the void, with this energy tower as the center. Just the energy that was gathered because of their appearance caused the void to tremble. Damn, I told you to get a piece of ordered disintegration circle. I didn't tell you to take out an entire array. But the cube that Lord Feng created only has an array inside it. This is the one with the least amount. I haven't taken out the rest yet. I'm planning to ambush them when they're not paying attention. Hui. So the saying that the front line of the void was filled with lunatics really wasn't just for show. Looking at the number of arrays in front of him, there were about 10 million arrays in this cube. According to I Ching, this was only the small number. Who knew how many more there were? He really didn't know what level of equipment these Order warriors who were sent out to carry out missions in the Order Void had prepared. The void in front of them was turbulent like never before. In addition to a huge amount of spatial power, there was also an even larger amount of annihilation energy and origin energy appearing one after another. The mixed energy was released indiscriminately, causing both sides on the battlefield to look serious. Those from the underworld had to be careful not to be distracted by the commotion caused by their own people and then be crushed by the enemy in front of them. We and the others had strange expressions because the commotion caused by this energy was actually quite small. They were already used to being beaten up by the observer's mixed energy of order when he went crazy and attacked his own people. Attack! Don't let them interfere with the spatial descent. A primeval god of the underworld waved his hand and shouted. He led tens of thousands of chaos spawns and constructs around him and a group of primeval gods of the underworld towards Hui and the others. Interfere. Hui was about to defend and counterattack when he heard this and was stunned for a moment. After a moment, he suddenly came to his senses. That's right. I Ching, hurry up and use order disintegration to tear down the void below. If they forcefully jump out in this kind of energy collision scene, they will be hit by a huge amount of energy and easily be sent flying. Hey, if they didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Everyone, I Ching? Well, actually, they had forgotten that people who had been fighting in the void front line for too long were really a little stupid. They had forgotten some of the rarely used methods to fight the enemy. After all, without such a scene, there was no way to use this kind of fighting method. When the group of underworld people heard Huey's words, their faces immediately turned gloomy. Chapter 1830. The saying that trouble comes from the mouth was applicable to children as young as 3 years old and immortals who had lived for more than a dozen eras. No matter which world, the mouth was one of the most troublesome organs. If one did not have a mouth, one would replace it with a vocal organ. Just look at this group of primeval of the underworld before him. His voice had awakened their long-sealed memories, and they could not help but use the light of truth in the void to offer a meager gift as a token of respect. He hoped that they would also be filled with gratitude and accept this meager gift. Your family's meager gift is delivered with the disintegration of order. Listening to a certain guardian's nagging, Yun Nuoxing could not help but roll her eyes and complain. This guy was a classic example of taking advantage of the situation and using the disintegration of order as a gift. This was a gift that only the primeval heavenly god, or the chaos concept body, would accept. I really can't help but want to sing a song, if not for the fact that there is no suitable song for this scene. We could not help but laugh as he spoke. The primeval of the underworld, who had been holding back their strength and ready to fight them to the death, were now all huddled in the distorted void. There was a vast stream of light that gathered the power of order in the world that was shining on that space like a light. They were desperately using all their strength to press down on all chaos constructs and manifestations to offset, deflect, and block that heavy light, and they actually managed to barely block it. The point of impact of the disintegration of order had been drowned by the light, and they could not see clearly what the people inside were doing. The only thing they could see was that the point of impact was like an explosion, with countless energy bursting in all directions. The portion of disintegration of order that was successfully deflected had cut out hundreds of gaps in the void, and when it accidentally touched the realm of order suddenly dimmed, giving I Ching and the others a shock. Are you going to reject it here? Hui rolled his eyes and raised his hand to slap the energy tower beside him. Increase the power. Destroy them as well as the distorted space behind them with all your might. With that order, I Ching and the others, who had long been hungry and thirsty, immediately mobilized all the energy in the energy towers and gathered all of it in the magic circle. A huge distorted scene instantly appeared in the void. The order disintegration magic circle was activated by a huge amount of energy, and the void behind it rippled like raindrops falling on the surface of a lake. Colorful magic circles appeared and multiplied the power of the magic circle. After a sharp explosion of energy, a light pillar condensed from endless colorful needles replaced the azure light. The impact that had skyrocketed by an unknown number of times broke through the defense of the underworld people. Wait a minute. Hui looked at the scene and was about to give the order to continue attacking with full force. Suddenly, he was stunned. That round of disintegration of order drowned everything in front of the energy torrent. They thought that it would annihilate the distorted space behind them with their lives. But unfortunately, this energy impact that had been raised to the limit only splashed a large number of dark energy runes in the distorted space of the void. Countless dark clouds rose from it and offset the terrifying power of disintegration of order. Oh, the troublesome annihilation energy. Damn it! Hui stared at the dark energy runes and scratched his head in distress. It was the annihilation energy. Other than that, its energy level was definitely very high. It was so high that he could not do anything about it. If Maple's disintegration of order was also ineffective, they should not be able to destroy the distorted space in front of them before he rushed over to attack them himself. The distorted space just now had not released its energy yet. The defense was just activated when the power of disintegration of order was delayed. I Ching could not help but smack his lips. If I had known, I would have thrown all my power at it from the start. I just did not expect Lord Maple's disintegration of order to be offset. We are not at the front line of the void. Without billions of linked energy circles, the power would naturally be weaker. But there is no rush. Let the energy towers keep charging. You should have brought more than one circle core. Find a place for them to rest. Wait for them to come out before attacking. But Lord Hui, if we can't directly break that barrier of annihilation energy with all the power we have now, it's just the movement of the space as it rises in the void. When they come out, they would not be able to maintain this defense. Huey's cheeks suddenly twitched when he said that. Of course, if they have other defenses of the same level, just pretend I didn't say anything. At those words, Yun Nuoshing, I Ching, and the others felt their souls freeze for a second. It's over. They had said it. It would take more effort later. Yun Nuoshing pressed her palm against her face. Her face contorted. Hui, you forget it. Well, come down a little. He was chatting with the annihilation energy now, so he had to calm down. Within the area of the distorted void, the annihilation energy and the origin energy were constantly stirring and boiling. Dark energy clouds were gushing out of the area before them like a fountain, with the origin energy stirring the clouds violently like a stick. When the two energies emerged, they were slapping each other's mouths. There was no sign of the calmness when Maple was holding them down. Even if the underworld had obtained those two energies, they could only use them very crudely, and they appeared to be quite disobedient. No one knew where the underworld got the guts to use the two restless energies together. Were they not afraid that they would explode and destroy their own home first? The conflict between the two energies caused a very violent movement in the void, as if there were hundreds of suns squeezed inside, not obeying any rules at all and acting recklessly. They were squeezed into a ball by the violent energies and stirred into a huge energy vortex. And at the very center of the vortex, the annihilation energy and the origin energy were beating each other wildly. As they fought, they tore open a void crack in the void, and a huge thing with a dark gray color was slowly poking out from it. Hui stared at the crack, his cheeks twitching. Do you dare to use void teleportation of this level? I Ching and the others shook their heads vigorously. No kidding. If they went in there, they would not be surprised even if they went into the chaotic void of the second Yuan world. They would not die, but they did not know where they would be thrown to. Speaking of which, if their attacks were thrown in, wouldn't it make the scene even more ridiculous? It would be like pouring a drop of water into a pot of hot oil, or something like that. I don't care. Hit them hard. After a series of incessant energy flashes and explosions of energy halos, the thousands of energy formations that had been charging and waiting to be unleashed burst out with an energy shockwave that blanketed heaven and earth. It abruptly crossed the void distance that was not too far in the first place and bombarded the void rift in front of them. Something gray and unknown trembled violently at once, and the gray energy that erupted from the vortex stirred with that barrier. Still, before it could react, the concentrated power penetrated it and rushed into the back of the rift. Silhouettes of bursting energy could be vaguely seen from the rift, but there was no sense of the eruption that should have happened. Majestic origin energy gushed out from the void crack at this moment. The power of the same Yuanshi realm suddenly burst out with the power of annihilation energy and origin energy, sweeping across the range of the energy towers that Hui and the others had set up. It carried a power that could distort the rules of the void and tried to stand still. However, before it could completely solidify, the crystals on top of a few particularly large energy towers suddenly flashed, and the Yuanshi realm domain that tried to distort the rules of the void was pressed into nothingness. You still want to open your domain? Hui smacked his lips. We've been here for half an hour and prepared a million ways to defend and attack. If you can get out alive today, I'll eat the chaos concept body raw. After the mighty Yuanshi realm energy failed to activate, it once again burst out from the crack, and the opened crack expanded rapidly in an instant. In just 2 breaths, it had expanded by more than 10 times. The power hidden within poured out at once, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was so dense that it looked like a F***king polluted swarm of locusts. Huey's smacked face suddenly stiffened. These guys have prepared quite a lot. Although I'm used to it, but I Ching opened his mouth and made a retching gesture at the void beside him. They had just fought for a while, and now there was another group. It was a nauseating scene. Lord Hui, to be honest, I actually got sick of fighting on the front line and applied for a mission to come out for a stroll. Hui glanced at him. You think I'm not the same? I Ching was speechless. The 2 fishing freaks looked at each other, sighed, and quickly prepared for battle. The dark clouds that gushed out from the crack naturally carried groups of manifestations, constructs, and various forms, as well as Yuanshi realm life forms of order mixed within. They were very used to this scene at the front line of the void. The only difference was that the Yuanshi realm life forms of order before them were much more valuable than the fledglings that were commonly used at the front line. It should be quite troublesome to fight them. Right, the manifestations and constructs were also at least 10 billion. They were so densely packed that it made their scalps tingle. It was no wonder that I Ching almost vomited at one glance. There was no need for orders. Since the situation was similar to the front line of the void, they just had to deal with it according to the standards of the front line. However, the power of order here was not as exaggerated as the front line of the void. They also did not have enough manpower. They only had prepared spell arrays and energy tower arrays. They had to be careful to avoid falling into a ditch. Yun Nuoshing looked at the void ahead from afar. He saw the crack in the void open. He saw Hui and the others charging at it once. Then he saw them charging head-on. The dazzling explosion of energy indicated the chaos and intensity of the battle. Aside from Hui and the others, some of the Order warriors in the void were also helping to control the energy towers to guard the realm of order. Their own strength alone was not enough to fight against the chaos manifestations, constructs, and Yuanshi. However, with the support of the realm of order and the energy towers, they felt that they could fight very well today. They felt that it would not be a problem even if they kept fighting. Yin Nuoxing frowned slightly. He could not help muttering to himself, I keep feeling that something is not right. It was not that he felt that there was something wrong with the group of order beings. The energy towers and the realm of order were originally prepared for many people to coordinate in battle. Under extreme conditions, one person could control the entire array of energy towers. However, if one person corresponded to one energy tower, the power of the array could be maximized. That part was not a problem. What he felt was the problem was, the underworld people who came out to fight. He kept feeling that something was not right. There was already a very large cloud of chaos squeezing out from the open void rift. It was still the 3-in-1 chaos power. The aura of the abyssal death mist in this part of the chaos cloud was thicker. It should be the abyssal death mist that was in the dominant position. However, he could not explain how the power of the two chaos concept bodies ended up being dominated by the abyssal death mist. The huge chaos constructs were bigger in size than the void rift. Every time they rushed out, they would forcefully open up a big hole in the void rift. Therefore, there were many spherical holes at the edge of the void rift. Every time they rushed out, they would disperse a part of the power of the realm of order. When the number of people, energy towers, magic circles, and the realm of order were not complete enough, seeing that the enemy was throwing out more and more power, I Ching felt a little anxious. He almost smashed that big piece of mixture down. Fortunately, Hui was there to stop him. The whirlpool of annihilation energy and origin energy that was used to cause trouble there made the entire void rather unstable. If he smashed down with the equivalent amount, it would be difficult to guarantee that there would not be a flaw in their seal. Hui, back off, back off. Smash down with the equivalent amount for me. Quick. Yin Nuoxing. Just you wait. Boom. Dazzling fireworks lit up this part of the void with the brightest light. It even engraved Yin Nuoxing's blinded and stupefied expression in the void. He felt that he was about to be frozen together with this part of the void. The violent energy shockwave cleared out all the enemies that had rushed out of the void, and also increased the size of the void once again. It was about to touch the two ends of the void's domain of order. Their advantage of catching them off guard when they came out seemed to have come to an end. After a round of crazy firepower suppression and clearing out the void with the equivalent amount, the next wave of manifestations and constructs once again surged out of the void like a swarm of bees. Furthermore, Yin Nuoxing had reason to believe that Hui and the others had accidentally torn the void even wider, which was why the underworld's troops were sent out so quickly. The counterattack of the chaos shockwave blasted out many energy distortions on the void's domain of order that had formed a sphere. The second flash of the collision between order and energy filled the entire domain of order. A large, twisted energy vortex appeared in the void around the void, like a wave. After a moment of delay, the violent chaos shockwave that came from the void's domain of order brought along an extremely ferocious and heavy energy. Following that, even more chaos shockwaves fell down like raindrops. It was obvious that they were trying to break through the void's domain of order by force. Attack! Attack them fiercely for me. Don't worry about defense. I'll hold them off right here. I'm the strongest shield of order, unless they bring one over. Lord Feng, Lord Guanhui, asked him to hold back his words. The pressure is great. The pressure is great. The pressure is great. Hui was speechless. Yin Nuoxing could not stand it anymore. She sighed and temporarily took over the command. I Ching, take over the array of energy towers on your right. The fluctuations of the domain of order there are too great. I know that you have brought a lot of things over, so there's no need to hide them now. Hurry up and throw them all out. See you, Blue Phoenix, you two guard the two ends. If you release all your power, you can cause chaotic energy phenomena from both ends. You can greatly obstruct and destroy the chaos manifestations. You can also intercept the powerful chaos shockwaves from the constructs in advance. You go to the 3 arrays on your left. There's a place there. They're using the cover of the origin energy to let the constructs bombard that place with powerful chaos shockwaves a few times. Oh, the next chaos shockwave is coming. Hold it off. The underworld seemed to have learned their lesson. The chaos constructs used to attack the city were all hidden within the cracks. They bombarded the entire domain of order through the cracks. Although the attacks were easily intercepted, the constructs hidden within would not be destroyed. After a few more attacks, they would be able to reach the domain of order. Furthermore, they had a way to conceal the powerful chaos shockwaves from the chaos constructs. Because the chaos constructs were stitched together, their auras were extremely chaotic. Their auras were also very unique, including the auras of their attacks. However, the energy explosions mixed with the origin and annihilation energy could conceal the traces of their mischief. It was also because of this that some powerful chaos shockwaves mixed with the mid-tier power of the primeval could be easily concealed. If the chaos shockwaves were to hit the domain of order head-on, it would be quite a burden for the domain of order. Holy Barrier. Huey's shield erected a huge holy barrier in the void and took over the defense of the domain of order. Then, a massive chaos shockwave that gathered at least 10 mid-tier primeval and more than 100 chaos constructs suddenly descended in front of them. The violent chaos energy crashed into the holy barrier and shook it. The destructive power of the origin energy and annihilation energy combined together shattered the void. The entire barrier flickered as it was dyed with colorful and dark energy runes. Hui was shocked and could not help but scream. Wah! This is crazy. This is a mixed. Feng, you tricked me. You tricked me. This is a mixed chaos shockwave. I'm not mentally prepared at. Yin Nuoshing said. No, I didn't expect it. I just saw them bombarding. All right, you can last for at least 2 minutes in my nature manifestation, star. A mere unstable, mixed order impact won't kill you. It's just nice that you managed to block this powerful chaos impact. That's pretty good. Hui said, what the F asterisk CK? Just as he opened his mouth, the chaos shockwave that accidentally leaked out spread to the domain of order behind him. Some of the energy towers that were holding up the defense were damaged by the shockwave and extinguished. Under the self-adjusting power of the domain of order, they quietly retreated to the back. When Hui saw this, he immediately suppressed the thought of spitting out fragrances from his mouth. He hurriedly pressed down on the holy barrier, and all sorts of order powers were pushed forward in tons. When the underworld's attention was focused on Huey's side, intending to launch a strong attack, I Ching and the others found the right time to activate the formation in the void. Hundreds of millions of formations appeared with majestic figures. The people on the underworld's side were slightly stunned when they saw this. They subconsciously retreated to the back, and all of them retreated to the side of the crack. They propped up an energy barrier to block the chaotic power of order. Yin Nuoshing muttered again. Their retreat to the rift did not escape his eyes. It seemed that ever since their military strength increased greatly, he did not see any chaos energy falling into the rift, even though the speed of the troops from the inside did not slow down at all. That's right, the chaos constructs did not come out either. The mixed energy level of those big things was comparable to the early Yuanshi state. Other than being big, they had thick skin and were good at fighting. Basically, 80% of the effective attacks on the domain of order came from the chaos constructs. Moreover, they could also hold up the domain of chaos. Based on his past experience of fighting in the void, The chaos constructs should be charging at the front line and holding up the domain of chaos to escort a large group of manifestations forward to engage in close combat with the Order warriors. When they reached the best attacking distance, they would use all their strength to bombard the domain of Order. That was basically an energy shockwave that was difficult to block. They could only forcibly increase the defense of the domain of chaos to withstand it. Why were the chaos constructs all hiding at the back and shooting arrows when they came here? It was easy for them to react to the ultra-long distance shockwave across the void and intercept their attacks time and time again. Furthermore, they were also easily affected by the energy shockwaves that burst out halfway. Yun Nuoshing looked down at the annihilation energy that was burning more and more vigorously on his body and frowned. The current battle was in a very stalemate and they were lacking in manpower. Although the efforts of millions of Order beings in the domain of Order were commendable, it was not that easy for them to master the control of energy towers and magic circles. This was something new to them, and they were just getting the hang of it. Besides that, the number of energy towers and magic circles was just enough. The main thing was that there were no replacements. The big guys did not dare to go all out and fight as if their lives depended on it. Losing one energy tower at a time like this would be a loss. Without support from the rear, under such a clumsy way of fighting, the damage to the domain of Order had already reached 30%. When the domain of Order was damaged, theoretically speaking, he should rush forward and take control of the situation. However, he looked down at the annihilation energy on his body and felt troubled. The degree of the annihilation energy boiling made him feel quite close to it. In fact, based on the current situation under the influence of the rules, his control of the annihilation energy had already surpassed the origin energy. He felt a little uneasy, so he could only stand there as a bystander. "Little girl, do you remember when we first met Jing Yun? Oh, the scene of us assisting them in battle?" Yun Nuoshing suddenly spoke up. Hearing that, the expression of the little angel changed slightly. "You're saying that they were in the rift. Jing Yun and the others were fighting against a group of black-cloaked chaos soldiers. For some reason, they knew about the origin, heavenly gods, something, the primordial realm rift." Yes, that was the name. When they were helping in the battle, a group of black-cloaked chaos soldiers were secretly rubbing the primordial realm rift, preparing to slip away. He felt that this might be the case again. After all, the underworld was famous for being slippery. If the chaos concept bodies knew that they were slippery, it would be equivalent to half of the void knowing. Tens of thousands of energy circles appeared in the void around him. However, this time, the circles were not dyed with the colorful origin energy. Instead, they were formed by the dull annihilation energy. The annihilation energy won't have much effect on the chaos manifestation. Yun Nuoshing murmured softly, overlapping the hundreds of thousands of circles. The circles that continued to appear continued to stack on top of each other until they were stacked into a thick circle cake. The circle that was connected into a line was aimed at the location of the Great Rift. Yun Nuoshing's gaze followed the circle's line of sight. "Girl, point to a location." The little angel shuddered when she heard that. She quickly hugged Little Purple Soul and shook her head. No, you have to deal such an important blow yourself. I believe in you." The little angel opened her mouth and smiled bitterly. The 3-in-1 chaos energy had blocked her senses of the abyss death mist. However, if she had to find a trace, the little angel raised the position that the circle was aiming at and pointed at a location 50,000 miles above the Great Rift. She nodded slightly. Let's do it here." The hundreds of thousands of circles suddenly shattered and turned into a beam of dark energy that was so dense that it could dim thousands of worlds of order. It was like a tearing force that descended from the void and penetrated the entire void. The thick beam of dark energy made both sides widen their eyes. I Ching looked at the void that was penetrated by the chaos energy and suddenly shouted, "Lord Hui, the great rift has been torn apart. I have sensed a large-scale spatial and void fluctuation. They are planning to run away." Huey's eyes widened in astonishment. "I was wondering why these guys were all hiding inside. Damn you, Underworld. I thought you were desperate and wanted to fight a head-on battle. I didn't expect you to want to run away directly." Chapter 1831. Yun Nuwashing and Hui had been mentally prepared when the chaos concept body had said that the creatures in the underworld were all loaches. They had expected that they might be difficult to deal with, that they might be slippery, and that they would take advantage of the moment when they were not paying attention to them to slip away, or that they would run away halfway through the fight, or that they would fight fiercely until they tore down everyone's house in the end and let them escape. They had imagined all of the above scenarios, but they never thought that they had planned to run away from the beginning. Yun Nuwashing was now very suspicious that the enemies that Jing Yun and the others had been fighting for more than a dozen eras, the black-cloaked chaos soldiers, had learned the slipperiness of the underworld from the beginning. They were ready to run away on the day the Temple of Origin was repaired. This was a living example of the underworld. Hui was very curious. How did this group of slippery fence-sitters, cowards, and whatnot survive the last war at the end of the mythological era? Well, maybe they had indeed maxed out their cowardice and slippery talents, so they managed to survive the war and the void turbulence. Indeed, any skill that was maxed out was very powerful. For example, the slipperiness of the underworld, the cowardice of the underworld, the fence-sitters of the underworld, Maple's void-level explosion. It seemed that some other strange things had mixed in. Going back to the original topic, they removed the door planks and saw that they were accumulating energy and preparing to escape. Hui was slightly stunned. Maple's chaotic impact had poked a big hole in the void, and the annihilation energy was eroding the space covered in the void along the hole. The void looked like it was constantly being burned by a layer of gray flames and was constantly being torn apart to reveal the scene behind. As they expected, what was covered under the curtain of the void was a group of world light clusters. The world barrier of each world was engraved with energy runes with a huge breath of origin resonating in the void and guiding a huge amount of energy to gather. The crack of the primordial realm looks like they're much slower this time. Yun Nuwashing could not help but narrow his eyes as he looked at the scene of the void curtain being torn open bit by bit. The connection between the netherworld and the concept bodies of chaos. Well, rather than saying which side was the dominant one, he felt that both sides had reached some sort of consensus. From the tone and words of the chaos demonic shadow from the cloud continent, it seemed that the netherworld was nothing more than trash in its eyes. It directly ruled out the possibility that the concept bodies of chaos were related to the netherworld. Then, the netherworld must have reached some kind of agreement with one or two of the chaos concept bodies. The primordial realm crack that the black-cloaked soldiers had mastered was an escape technique created by the heavenly god of Origin. Perhaps they had learned it from the netherworld. Therefore, the scene of the abyssal death mist and the two chaos energies working together could be used as proof of the connection between the three sides. Therefore, both sides learned from each other. One side had created an inferior version of the abyssal death mist, while the other side might have obtained some information about the heavenly god of Origin. Some fatal information. The black-cloaked soldiers of chaos clearly had higher intelligence than the usual chaos derivatives. They were more like disposable chaos life forms that were manufactured at a low cost. Perhaps because of this, their numbers were obviously much smaller than the other chaos derivatives. They were more like some high-level units, This was what he deduced from the scene, where the death of some of them would cause the fall of the heavenly god. Therefore, the black-cloaked soldiers with high intelligence and high-level units per person, and the concept bodies of chaos as the main body should be more prominent in this aspect. Could it be? Well, it was more like a person that leaned toward the military advisor type. Speaking of which, did the concept bodies of chaos have any tactics or military advisors? Could their tactics be anything other than recklessly charging through the void of order? Well, perhaps he was a little biased. After all, the chaos derivatives he had seen so far did not have any other means of attack other than constantly colliding with order. Perhaps they did not have any other means to deal with them, who had lost their origin. However, it did not mean that they did not have any other means. Otherwise, how could they have wiped out the heavenly god of origin, who represented order back then? The void curtain that had been melted by the chaos energy had been completely burned. It looked like a black curtain had been lifted on the surface of the void. The void below was still pitch black. There was no change, but there were many more things. For example, there were so many chaos derivatives hidden behind the curtain that he did not know how to count them, and the 15 world light clusters behind the layers of chaos derivatives. He had found the energy resonance point he had sensed in the middle and lower planes. They had come here as expected. Can the primordial realm crack escape from here? Then why didn't they come out in the first place? Yin Nuashing muttered to herself and shook her head. It was not that they did not want to run, but that they had something to do here. The traces left behind in the middle and lower planes were enough to prove that. As for what they were looking for, they only knew that it was related to the heavenly god of origin, but they did not know the specifics. Maple, that bunch of bastards really don't play by the rules. I thought they were desperate, but I didn't expect them to be in such a hurry to escape. As the covers of the underworld that had been hiding were lifted, their little tricks under the covers were also exposed. A slender white belt of clouds lay behind the chaos derivatives barrier. It was about the width of 10 world light clusters stacked together. Its size did not change because of the distance between them. It was like a sticker stuck to the eye, but if one approached it, their senses could tell that they were really approaching it. The belt of clouds was obviously not fully formed, but it was mixed with a huge amount of void energy and space energy. The annihilation energy and the origin energy were tangled at the edge of the belt of clouds, forming pieces of fragmented anomalies. The cloud itself was like a heart that would slowly dim, contract, brighten, and expand according to a frequency. Every time it contracted and expanded, its chaotic state would be stabilized, and its size would also expand slightly. In the center, where it was still blurry, there would be black spots that looked like void cracks. There's no hurry, just destroy it. The primordial realm's crack is obviously quite different from the one I saw the first time. They're not ready yet. If the door hasn't opened yet, we have a way to stop them here. Anyway, let's destroy their defense first. Oh, you do it? You do it. Hearing this, Hui turned around and stuck out his tongue at the void. He knew that Maple might be in a bad situation right now. Seeing how he had just raised his hand and shot out a dense primal chaos shock, he knew that he was now drinking tea and chatting with the annihilation energy. There was no way he could casually attack, so they could only fight on their own. The underworld, who had their covers lifted, immediately sped up, the energy surging into the primordial realm crack. What rushed out from the 15 world light clusters was a large group of chaos derivatives that fearlessly charged into the realm of order. The chaos constructs that had been hiding behind the crack and shooting arrows were now doing what they were familiar with. They held up their chaos domain and protected hundreds of millions of chaos derivatives as they charged towards Hui, and the others blasting with chaos energy cannons as they charged. These guys are different from what we know. Why didn't I know that they could charge and use chaos blasts at the same time? We looked at the tens of millions of chaos constructs moving in the void while bombarding the realm of order. He was dumbfounded. While he was in a daze, he did not forget to control the energy that permeated the realm of order to intercept the powerful chaos attacks, one by one. Although it was strange, as long as the distance was far enough, their attacks would be intercepted. However, after they were completely exposed, it seemed that they were really desperate. The constructs that were hiding in the crack a moment ago were now charging forward as if they were free cannon fodder. Moreover, there were too many of them. They had even dragged out the garrison troops. After the crack opened, the number of all the chaos constructs had skyrocketed by thousands of times. The 15 world-light clusters were still desperately increasing their numbers, and they were about to drown the void that was trapped in the realm of order. Although they had seen an attack that was 1,000,000 times more exaggerated than this at the void frontline, that was a mixture of beginner, intermediate, and advanced yuan-shi, leading hundreds of millions of chaos constructs and tens of millions of chaos derivatives to launch an endless assault on the front line. The energy towers that they used to guard the realm of order were being depleted by a few thousand every minute. Everyone was using all their strength to explode. Stop! This was not the void front line. They did not have enough manpower and backup. Maple was still hanging at the side and not being able to manage anything. Rumble, a dull rumble, came from the void, causing Yun Nuoshing, who was watching from the sidelines, to look over. In the centermost world-light cluster, a red and black shadow suddenly crawled out from the world barrier. It was a 3-in-1 chaos energy, with scarlet stripes that were unique to the abyssal death fog all over its body. It was using energy patterns inscribed by chaos. Those were chaos words. The reddish-black shadow rolled violently in the void, instantly plundering the boundless energy in the surrounding void. Its size also rapidly expanded under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes. In just 3 short seconds, it had condensed into an energy body the size of a huge star. It was an enormous reddish-black sun, with the chaos runes inscribed in its center emitting a surge of annihilation energy amidst the immeasurable heavy energy. A chaos energy amalgamation. Those guys really don't play by the rules. Huey's face darkened when he saw the giant. That was something unique to the chaos spawn. Probably the chaos spawn was a secondary product of the underworld's own spawn. As for the sun, they had seen it once in the cloud continent. Its body was made of chaos energy. Just the huge volume of chaos energy alone was enough to make life forms of order suffocate. The chaos runes embedded in it made its energy surge so much that it could spread to any corner of the battlefield. Bright and shining sun, your light. Cough, cough. Maple, can you think of a way to give it a try? This huge block's pressure is too strong. It's a mid-tier primeval chaos energy amalgamation. It's not fun to let this thing hit the order domain twice. Destructive energy doesn't have much effect on chaos energy amalgamations. Yun Nuoshing calmly replied. We're still drinking tea. Don't rush us. We said, you guys have been drinking tea for so long. Counting the tea time, it should be noon now, right? It's not a big problem if we drink it together. Maybe we can solve the problem at night as well. Hui was speechless. All right, a certain observer announced that they could only slack off and watch the show. It seemed that they had to think of a solution themselves. However, you guys aren't the only ones who don't play by the rules. We're prepared for this too. Hui shouted. A twisting vortex with a diameter of less than 2 meters appeared in the void beside him. There was the sound of order vibrating in the vortex. Golden chains of order stretched out from the vortex and swept in all directions in the void region in front of them. Halfway through, they turned into long needles that looked like flowing light and easily pierced through the void. Then, as if they had gone through a void jump, they swept out from a certain place in the void region again. Everyone could only see the streaks of golden flowing light shuttling back and forth in the void region, like the shadow of an arrow. In just a few seconds, the entire void region was turned into a cave of coiling silk. "This is my domain." A complicated golden array appeared between Huisu's hands. He raised this array with his right hand and slapped it into the void. The entire cave of coiling silk, the entire void region, was intertwined with golden flowing light and released energy runes into the void. After a flash of golden light, the void region was enveloped by a layer of golden barrier. The huge spherical crystal barrier was made up of countless tiny triangles. They could be seen faintly fluctuating along with the flow of energy in the void. However, it didn't have much effect on the overall spherical shape. In the void that it enveloped, streaks of golden flowing light suddenly appeared like shooting stars and quickly disappeared. They were causing the power of order to spread rapidly in the domain. Upon closer inspection, it was located inside the sealed area of the order domain. It completely overlapped with the order domain and blocked all the chaos attacks inside the domain for the order domain. Huey's primitive domain. Yun Nuoshing's eyes trembled. The primitive domain was a physical scene that was forcefully projected by twisting the void and distorting the rules within a range. It was a scene, and not just a simple energy domain. In other words, the scene that we projected by twisting the void and distorting the rules was, this spherical barrier, along with the dense golden flowing light within the barrier. He didn't know much about the power of the premier realm. He only knew that it was the core power of the premier realm. However, it couldn't be used under normal circumstances, especially when there was a huge, boundless battlefield. There were two reasons: the preparation time and the situation of being disturbed. If you added the applicability, there were three reasons. The preparation time needed to be explained. The wider the scope of the effect, the more targets there were. In other words, when the primitive domain affected a lot of targets, it needed a period of time to prepare. However, there was also a limit. If Huey's primitive domain could only squeeze in 100 million people in its normal form, then he could open a cover that could trap 100 million people without any preparation. However, if there were 1 billion people in front of him, he would need a period of time to prepare. But that was just a period of time, just like his rules, order, energy form. No. The primitive domain didn't need such a long time to prepare. If it really needed such a long time to prepare, the core power of the primitive realm would be a joke. His form needed a long time to prepare. He basically didn't have time to use it when he was fighting in the void front line. He was fighting with the enemy with a brick and turned into the Morning Star to attract 70% to 80% of the enemy's firepower. He also had to monitor the movements of the high-level primeval. Where would he find the time to retreat, to prepare? I went off topic. The preparation time wasn't actually the most important factor. The other two factors were, as for the interference situation, it was just like how some primeval realm expert in the underworld tried to open up the primeval realm earlier. The primeval realm expert was affected and interfered with by the power of order and rules released by the energy tower, making it impossible for them to open it. If they wanted to use the primeval realm, they would have to first destroy the energy tower. If they wanted to destroy the energy tower, they would have to destroy the primeval realm first. In conclusion, if they won, they would be able to use the primeval realm. Well, at least they could open up the primeval domain to celebrate, right? Of course. If the other party was strong enough, they could ignore the suppression and open up the domain directly. Interference was the biggest problem. Before the primeval realm was held up, The situation of first restraining and second interrupting was the main reason for the impact. The primeval realm was also a realm centered around the person. If the primeval realm was held up at the back, it would be easy to be detected and killed before the realm affected the enemy. If the primeval realm was used on one's own side, it would be as if nothing happened. That was why there were many primeval gods in the front line of the void, but very few used the primeval realm. There were too many parties involved in the battle, and the moment the primeval realm was held up, it was basically a tacit agreement that they would be attacked by all the energy in the area in the next second. That was the energy impact in the trillions, which was the number of times they had to withstand it per second. Those attacks were not weak at all. And when they were all focused on themselves, we felt his scalp tingle. Even the most powerful shield in the world of order did not dare to hold up the divine barrier to receive all the chaos impact of the entire defensive node, let alone others. That kind of crazy battle would not work. But what about the scale in front of him? Of course it would work, as long as the opportunity was seized. Whoever could open up the primeval realm would have the upper hand. I Ching and the others did not use it because there were too many people on the other side. There was also the last question of applicability. The strength of the primeval realm was determined by the user, and it would also have a range of effect and tendency. It was useless to a group, domineering to a small area, domineering to an individual, and so on, other than the fact that the realm is where the body's power touches, and the similarity of the power of order, the power and characteristics of each realm were not the same. Generally speaking, it was to strengthen the combat power of one's own side and weaken the power of the opponent. Putting those reasons aside, the primeval realm itself was quite powerful. That was, they had to find the conditions to put it to use. Otherwise, there was nothing to talk about. This was the first time he had seen Huey's primeval realm. The characteristics of the primeval realm were condensed according to one's own characteristics. Simply put, Hui was a shield bearer. His primeval realm should also be related to defense. Oh, or it should be related to the shield. Yun Nuoshing looked at the gold-gilded spherical barrier with interest. Hui was a realm that had spread out on the spot, encompassing the entire battlefield, including all the energy in the field, order energy, chaos energy, and all the energy attacks. They would attack freely on the battlefield according to the intention of the attacker, bringing destruction and destruction. They would either defeat the enemy or be annihilated together with the enemy's energy. However, there was a part of the energy that they did not touch and went straight to the boundary of the primeval realm. If it was chaos energy, it would cause damage to the primeval realm. The power of order would circle around the primeval realm and be reclaimed by the energy tower, turning into an attack on the head of the chaos spawn again. He saw the function of the realm clearly. All the energy that should have fallen into the realm of order was reflected like light hitting a mirror after coming into contact with the crystal barrier. Moreover, it was reflected randomly without any direction. The energy impact that was reflected would be further strengthened in the process of being reflected. The chaos impact that was originally falling into the realm of order had now turned into energy that hit the realm of order. Moreover, because it came into contact with Huey's realm of origin, it was contaminated with a part of the power of order. These attacks would also cause considerable damage to the realm of order. Thus, any attack that came into contact with the domain was instantly reflected back, destroying 2 to 3/10 of the spawns. The primeval life forms that were trapped within were also caught off guard by the sudden attack from all directions, with a few unlucky ones being set off fireworks by the energy towers. All right, this thing of reflecting damage was indeed very suitable for the identity of a shield. However, what is the upper limit of your reflected attack? This. Hui scratched his head. and used his gaze to look at the chaos aggregates that were charging towards the realm of order after coming out of the world of light. Oh, now they had changed direction and were charging straight towards him. If that big guy hits my face, I will be extinguished in 2 hours. Oh, that's the extent of using Origin of Chaos at full force. Oh, that's not right. In such a small enclosed space, when Origin of Chaos explodes, all the energy from the impact will double the destructive power every time it is reflected. If that's the case, the power will be multiplied by more than 10,000 times in 1 second. I estimate that it will collapse in less than 3 seconds. F***CK. Don't use my realm to measure your attack. You bastard. If I stuff you into this realm of mine, in less than 2 seconds, everyone in the realm will go crazy. He was so anxious that he stomped his feet, using an enclosed area to reflect attacks against Maple's indiscriminate destructive attack was simply asking for death. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. It's just an estimation, but this is a good idea. If we meet a high-level premier who rushes out one day, you can push both of us in together. I will use Origin of Chaos 3 times consecutively. It should be able to blast him to death and disintegrate the order. How about that? The indiscriminate disintegration of order can also multiply the effectiveness. That should be good. Hui was speechless. There was an increase in the number of strange combination skills. After Huey's premier realm took over the defensive function of the realm of order, the attack power of the realm was fully increased in the next second. Within Huey's realm, all kinds of energy could be seen rampaging and bouncing back and forth. I Ching, who was mixed in the midst of it, was extremely happy. He had just been knocked into nothingness by his own power. Before he could climb out, he was hit by a continuous wave of energy. It took him a long time to swim back. When he finally climbed back into the nothingness, he was met with a strong wave of chaos that pushed him back again. I Ching's face darkened. By the way, the effect of your realm hitting your teammates seems to be more ridiculous than mine. Yun Nuoxing could not help but say as she watched the poor I Ching being hit around like a rubber ball by the rebounding energy of the realm. No, I beg to differ. Your realm is targeted at the entire army and region. Mine, Hui smiled bitterly. This is all random. I tried my best to make all the rebounding energy go in the opposite direction. But there are too many chaotic energy waves. There will always be 1 or 2 attacks that will, After all, the rebounding energy waves and chaos attacks would inevitably hit their own people. I Ching and the others were tormented by Huey's realm for a while and finally learned to be smart. They hurriedly retreated from the place where they were fighting with bayonets. They stood within the realm of order and used millions of energy towers and magic arrays to bombard the interior of the realm. The only ones who were affected were the underworld people and the manifestations in the realm. They felt much better. Because of Huey's premier realm, they had returned to the point where they had the upper hand. It was just that. Yun Nuoxing raised her eyes and looked into the depths. The 15 world light clusters that were protected by layers of layers, as well as the primordial realm crack in the void, had not suffered any damage. Chapter 1832. Boom. The violent impact of chaos in the void was enough to completely dim the light of order. A heavy sound that sounded like the void was echoing back and forth across the entire primeval domain. A beam of energy that was the size of a star intersected with gray, and crimson crashed heavily onto the golden crystal wall. The energy that kept spreading from the point of impact seemed to spread into a vast sea of gray energy. The light that exploded was tainted with the power of order, turning into billions of energy beams that rampaged across the domain, piercing through every chaos spawn that was unlucky enough to be brushed against. Rounding it up, it was almost like hitting oneself. The extremely powerful chaos energy bombarded Huey's primeval domain for half an hour before it slowly stopped. The light beam that was the size of a star also stopped. The chaos collective let out a buzzing sound as it slowly shrunk under the energy that was visible to the naked eye. It turned from a huge sun that emitted endless gray light into a gray stone ball. All the chaos energy that surged within it seemed to have solidified and cooled at this moment. When the chaos collective stopped firing, the countless spawns and constructs that stood around it like guards pounced forward like a swarm of bees. The relentless chaos energy bombarded Huey's primeval domain again and again. The reflected light of energy and the energy fireworks caused by the heavy impact once again filled the entire domain. Asterisk boom. Asterisk after a series of strengthening, the order energy that gathered from countless directions slammed into the stone ball. The primeval power of order only steadily pressed against the surface of the stone ball. There was no movement that should be caused when the chaos energy collided. Even the fireworks could not be set off. The stubborn stone ball seemed to be mocking them, as if it was saying, "No matter how much power you use, it's useless. This damn thing is shameless, shameless, shameless." Huey's face was green as he sent the manifestations and structures that were really sticking close to his face flying away. He glared fiercely at the lump of stone. Damn it, firing a cannon every 10 minutes for half an hour. During the time when the fire was resting, none of the attacks were effective. This is blatantly cheating. Cheating. I told you to aim at its core and destroy it while it was unleashing its power, but you just had to wait for it to stop. Yun Nuashing rubbed his face speechlessly as he stared at the chaotic amalgamation that was surrounded by 1,000 layers of defense. It should be in a cooling down state at this moment, condensing all the chaotic energy into the thickest state for defense. The interior was rapidly gathering energy to prepare for the next attack. With this level of defense, it would be difficult to break through it even with 10 shots of order disintegration. He had to use a stronger attack. In the void front line, he could find a few arrays stacked together and send it flying in one blow. It would not even take a minute. If it was here, well, he should be the one to fight. Hui and the others did not have such a strong attack, and there was no mid-level Yuansher who was the main attacker. Therefore, he could only take advantage of its weak period when it was digging out its heart to take its life and bury it when it erupted with surging power. Easy for you to say. Hui smiled bitterly. I can't even see a ghost with such a big light rubbing against my face. How do you expect me to withstand its attack and destroy its core? Little Green and the others tried, but the damage was obviously not enough. Its body is too big, and even with the surging energy, it is difficult to directly destroy its defense. My beloved Lord Observer, are you done with your tea and watching the show? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes at him, waved the annihilation energy in his hand that was already excited and joyful to the extreme, and said with a difficult expression, "No, they have eaten more. I reckon they will go shopping, gather, and continue to cause trouble later. Their primordial realm rift is still charging rapidly. Aren't you afraid that they will really escape?" Hui said, "I can't. The annihilation energy is too active. I'm worried that I will really be summoned over there. How about this? Let's make a choice. The first choice is that there is a 40% chance that we will let this bunch of bastards go. They may return to the underworld base camp and may bring part of the power of the mythological era to replenish themselves. The second choice is that I volunteer to join the chaotic void. Don't. I'll let them go, okay? Don't go over just because you are summoned. Then we can only raise both hands and surrender directly." Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head vigorously. Maple, who had not ascended to the primeval realm, might not be able to kill his way through the chaotic void. However, once he stood on the side of the chaotic void, there was a 100% chance that he could pierce through the orderly void. Moreover, he could pierce it back and forth and poke it into a sieve. I'm kidding. It's mainly because it is in my way. If I don't let them calm down and use the origin energy, it won't be fun. Yun Nuashing shrugged and sighed. Hold on a little longer. I'm thinking of a way here, repeatedly jumping around the edge of the bottom line to test it. We are about to run out of breath here. Just in the time it took for them to speak, his domain had been viciously beaten up countless times. The feedback movements in his soul gave him a headache. The veins on his forehead were popping out. That group of impudent manifestations really relied on their moving fortress to stand in front of him and wait for an opportunity to rub his face here and there. Chaotic marks were already being crushed. Unfortunately, due to the various excessively large amounts of chaotic energy pressing on his face and interfering with his domain, he could only stupidly raise his shield and was unable to retaliate. He could only leave the task of retaliating to I Ching and the others. However, they were not primeval realm cultivators like Maple who attacked with all their might. Their development was more balanced, and they did not have a mid-level primeval. They would not be able to take down that moving fortress in a short period of time. Right now, it's just sullen, very sullen. Hui raised his shield and took a beating until his face turned green. He originally thought that by holding up the primeval domain, he would be able to pull the upper hand back to their side. And indeed, he had the upper hand. Until that big fellow rushed to his face and restrained him, he had the upper hand. However, he could not do anything to it. Now, as they fought, they were in a stalemate again. That's why he was a shield bearer. It was said that the best way to fight against chaos in the void was to max out his attack and not put up any defense. Now, he was in an awkward situation. He could only take a beating, but could not kill his opponent. This was really like stacking the thickest armor to take the most vicious beating. They could not kill him, and he could not do anything to them. Was there any meaning in being in a stalemate like this? Indeed, there's no meaning in this. Yun Nuashing listened to Huey's complaints and could not help but sigh. Once again, he looked at the state of his body. He felt that his body had probably adapted to the annihilation energy in the frenzied state. Now, there should be probably no more problems. Should I continue to observe? Just as he was about to take the risk, the huge lump of stone gradually changed from its calm state. The solidified annihilation energy inside was boiling. The dark energy was like a sleeping beast that was quickly awakening. It burst out with an endless amount of annihilation energy and turned into a berserk state the moment it was unleashed. The nearby void began to become agitated. The berserk attribute fell into the rapidly activated lump of stone, and its size expanded instantly. The vibration in the void was accompanied by a huge amount of annihilation energy that crashed into Huey's domain. The golden crystal wall instantly became a few hundred times brighter, and it looked like tens of thousands of suns had exploded. Huey's face was full of tears when he saw his primeval domain suddenly shining brightly. I'm blind. The surging chaotic impact once again hammered heavily on his primeval domain, causing his soul to tremble. The reason why it was called hammered was because he really felt as if an entire sun had hit his face. The impact of being hit by a huge object made him feel as if his soul was about to split open. Maple, you're such a lousy guy. Existence analysis, distortion, disintegration, Hui shouted at the top of his voice in the soul transmission. Then he heard a whisper. The extent of his trembling was even more exaggerated than when he was hit by the chaotic impact head-on. It looked like he was trembling and was about to run away subconsciously. disappear, sink into the void with the wind of the void. He confirmed that it was Maple who was whispering. He also sensed the surging origin energy and annihilation energy from the soul seed. The two energies burst out with an unprecedented frenzied aura. He was so scared that his tongue was sticking out. He quickly turned his head to the side and shouted at I Ching and the others, "Take everyone and retreat. Retreat. Your Lord Observer is about to take over the battlefield." Ah! I Ching and the others' hands trembled violently. Their faces turned pale. They instantly yelled and carried the energy towers to the side. They were not afraid of the chaos, but they were worried about being swept into the indiscriminate attack of their Lord Observer that flooded the void. That was definitely a thrill that was worse than death. Very tacitly, in fact, it was a conditioned reflex that was trained after being beaten by their own people. Guido quickly moved to the side, but before he could move a few steps, there was suddenly a burst of energy that could only be described as terrifying in the void. A beam of energy that was a mixture of colorful and gray suddenly crashed into Guido's domain with an absolutely infinite speed and penetrated the behemoth in no time. The chaos text that was hidden under the thick layer of annihilation energy was penetrated by both the origin and annihilation energies. The energy amalgamation trembled abruptly before everyone's eyes. Colorful energy spots appeared everywhere. The entire thing shrunk abruptly, and then it suddenly expanded violently. Its volume expanded to 7 to 8 times its original size in an instant. Its surface was already densely covered with colorful light spots. It was as if something inside it was breaking out of its shackles. The gigantic chaos text was also rapidly melting under the collision of the energies. When the last trace of the text disappeared, the expected explosion of energy that was enough to annihilate countless worlds of order abruptly exploded. Hui was the closest to witness the energy explosion. Anyway, he had been illuminated by the gray and colorful light into a gray statue, and his face was frozen with an unusually horrified and funny expression. He was so scared that his tongue was hanging by the side. The light of the energy explosion that could bury the void region into history had blinded everyone's eyes. Hui was stunned for a moment. Before he could close his eyes, he was petrified. In the destructive energy, Nova, he also saw a destructive energy that seemed to fall into a black hole. It was a mixture of the origin energy and annihilation energy. The energy of the explosion swept violently towards the tightly blocked 15 world light clusters on the opposite side of the domain. That was Maple's Wanxiang, stars. Maple took advantage of the time when everyone could not react and threw the energy of the entire void at them. That was to beat them to death. If it were not for the fact that the energy nova that was exploding inside was really too intense, he would have considered plundering everyone and taking the opportunity to charge in and coordinate with them. Taking advantage of the situation, the energy of the entire void suddenly exploded just as it was about to reach the 15 world light clusters. It turned into a sky full of energy beams that scattered across the void. It spread out evenly and rushed forward. It was a very uniform energy attack on the entire battlefield. However, it was unknown whether Maple had overestimated his own power, or because the energy explosion inside was too violent, and he could not use more power before it calmed down. The rain of energy descended densely in front of the chaos barrier. Half of the energy was used to destroy it, while the other half was blocked by the bodies of the manifestations and constructs that did not care for their lives. Not a single attack could pass through that area. The energy nova that had already passed its explosive period obviously could not be swept away in one go. That's not right. Maple's Wanxiang, stars can't be so weak. That looks like a normal attack, Hui suddenly came to his senses when he was charging all the energy towers. He looked in front of him in confusion. The light of the vast energy explosion had yet to fade. The void region that was mixed with origin energy and annihilation energy had been completely crushed into nothingness by these two types of energy. It could not be repaired in a short period of time. Even if he could sense the movement of all the energy in his primeval domain, the overly chaotic scene at the moment made him, the domain controller, unable to figure out what was going on inside. Just as he was trying his best to get the situation back under control, he stood up with a bang and suddenly shouted at I Ching and the others, I Ching, overload all the energy towers and charge them. Release all the energy in one go. Aim at those world-like clusters. Blast them down. But Lord Hui, the residual energy of the energy nova explosion is evenly scattered in the void. If we attack at full power now, we will be weakened by at least 40%. The loss is not worth it. Hui naturally knew I Ching's concerns, but his response was still firm. Attack! Mother asterisk curse. Listen to me. Yes, Lord. Blinding energy radiance burst out from the energy towers that were surrounded by tens of millions of energy towers. Whether it was the energy crystals on top of the towers or the energy towers themselves, they had all turned into a huge source of energy. Even if their capacity was overloaded, they were still devouring the energy as if their lives depended on it. Even their own bodies were bursting with streaks of tearing rule power, showing everyone their dangerous side. All the energy that exceeded the limit was gathered on the energy crystal. The crystal was condensing the energy 10 times faster than normal. It was devouring and compressing the energy plundered from the void and the realm of order. It lasted for 10 whole seconds. After that, the energy was suddenly shot out from countless directions. It was as if the energy was focused on a single target. All the manifestations and structures quickly reacted to the concentrated fire from the order power. Layers of chaos barriers spread out densely, but were instantly dispersed by the energy from countless directions. The manifestations that were like the sands of the Ganges reacted exactly the same way, using their bodies to block the torrents of energy. Their bodies were made of chaos energy, and they were the best meat shields to block the order power. We completely ignored the concentrated fire attack this time. He just stared at the depths of the domain, with his eyes wide open, at the place where he could not stop the energy from gathering. At the crack of the primordial realm, there was a tiny, colorful energy cluster that was only the size of a fist. In the scene where the entire void was exploding with energy fireworks, no one noticed that there was an additional energy cluster beside the crack of the primordial realm. When the void exploded with the most magnificent fireworks, the sneaky energy cluster suddenly began to change. It expanded into a ball the size of a wash basin in a second, but it did not explode with more energy. A mysterious pattern appeared in the center of it. It was a word, the original divine language. Hui, who had started to help attack before he understood what was going on, saw the word at this time and instantly understood. The tens of millions of energy towers only took 5 seconds to gather an even more powerful energy attack. The blinding energy light once again illuminated the entire void. The 15 world-like clusters immediately emitted anxious and irritable energy, as if some big shot was about to jump out to stop the concentrated fire of energy again. Continue to attack. Don't stop. Continue to overload. Blow them up. Beat them. Beat them to death for me. I Ching and the others all shouted out in shock. They flew up and replaced the cracked energy crystals with their feet. They pressed the origin energy crystals that were at the bottom of the box onto the energy towers. The energy towers that were already emitting a faint chaotic movement of the rules were suppressed by this unreasonable origin energy. The energy torrent that was once again overloaded and exploded, caught up with the previous attack in less than a second. The vast scene of the energy rain gathering in the sky made the already unstable void tremble. The two majestic energy impacts tore apart the layers of defense of the manifestation in the blink of an eye. A hole appeared in the impeccable defense, and then the 15 world light clusters came in handy. However, just as the galaxy rain was about to hit the world light clusters, a large mass of energy of order suddenly appeared in the void. Dozens of shadows suddenly flashed out from it, all of them bursting with the energy of the primeval realm. Under the joint effort of the shadows to form an energy barrier, they blocked the tens of millions of energy impacts. After blocking all the energy attacks, the hastily formed energy barrier collapsed in an instant. Boom! Dazzling sparks flashed all over the void. This was the movement of the tens of millions of energy towers gathering their power and exploding once again. Those arrays that had not been activated for a while were also gathering energy at this moment. They emitted abnormally huge energy waves, and together with the energy tower arrays, tens of thousands of arrays were activated simultaneously. Seeing that the people opposite them did not have the slightest intention of stopping because of their appearance, the faces of the people from the underworld turned green and white. They did not have time to say anything and could only join forces again to hold up the energy barrier. All things in the void, chaos, falling stars. A voice that seemed to be accompanied by a light tremor of energy suddenly reverberated in the void, startling all of them. The tens of millions of energy torrents should have hit their energy barrier directly, but at this moment, at the moment when the voice sounded, the direction of the attack was pointed at the cloud belt. "This is bad. Stop their attack. You don't have the time for that," Hui shouted, and an energy crystal suddenly appeared in his palm, and a strange energy aura spread out. He glanced at it, and with a toothache, he crushed it, and the entire Yuanshi domain trembled. When the people from the underworld noticed the target of the energy attack and instantly took action, suddenly an unprecedentedly powerful energy came from nowhere and hit their barrier from all directions. The violent energy destruction almost tore the energy barrier that dozens of people had put up in one go and restrained their movements. When they came back to their senses, they were shocked to find that the attack came from all the energy that had not dissipated in time in the domain. The controller of the domain, he had collapsed his own domain together with all the energy in the domain and smashed it on their heads. This madman, these people are all madmen. Madman, someone shouted, and Hui was delighted when he heard it. He even leisurely walked in front of them, at a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles away. This distance was like a close combat attack to them. It was almost the same as nothing. He could raise his hand and smash a brick on the opponent's face. "Thank you for the compliment. I finally forced you out, rats." Ha! Boom, boom. The pale faces of the people from the underworld in front of him were clearly illuminated by the light of the powerful energy that erupted from the cloud belt. Sensing that the crack of the primordial realm was about to collapse due to the excessive destructive energy, some of them turned their heads. Hui also turned his gaze away calmly, his face full of joy. The crack of the primordial realm that had not yet formed and stabilized began to collapse under the concentrated bombardment of countless energy directed by Maple. An energy vortex of order and chaos appeared in its center, and the energy ripples from the edge of the cloud belt were constantly compressing the vortex. They seemed to have begun to take shape, and under the stimulation of a huge amount of energy, there was a short moment where it projected an image of where it led to. It seemed to be a scene of billions of energy bombardment. Countless energies of order and chaos opened up in the void, and the scene was millions of times more intense than the battle that had just broken out here. That familiar scene. The scene of billions of energy towers arranged one after another. the scene of billions of arrays rumbling. The light of the Temple of Origin was still dazzling. That was the front line of the void. That was the front line of the void. Damn it, that was their home base. Yun Nuoxing, Hui, and the others were stunned when they saw the scene. They had spent so much effort to lead them and go in circles just to cut off their escape route. And now that they looked at it, it would be better to let them successfully open the crack and enter, go to the front line of the void, and let the billions of arrays activate at once, burying them together with the void. The image projected by the rapidly surging cloud belt only existed for a short few seconds before disappearing with the collapse of countless chaotic energies. The entire cloud belt also began to deform, and the vortex in the center was distorted into a lump of mud. When the energy gathered to its peak, the cloud belt erupted with a strong flash, and then suddenly collapsed into a point, disappearing into the void. The void is really nonsense. We could not help but want to greet the ancestors of the void, but it was a pity that they did not have such things, and so he could only mumble, "It's not a big problem." Yun Nuoxing breathed softly. "It's a fight no matter where it is, whether it's here or at the front line of the void. It's all the same, charge the energy towers and get ready to charge at them." The atmosphere, which was a little awkward a moment ago, was instantly stirred by those words. Chapter 1833. The array of energy towers and magic arrays that lined up in the void began to charge rapidly with the command in the soul. The vast light of energy flooded the void before them. Even though he had already dismantled his primeval realm, the realm of order was still there, and the sealing effect of Maple's primeval light was still there. From the moment the crack in the primeval realm was destroyed, there was no need to worry about the people of the underworld slipping away. A bunch of mobs. Do you think the heavenly God of Origin can keep us here without coming here personally? In the void, the group of people of the underworld had strange smiles on their faces. Their scattered positions allowed them to spread their primeval aura over a wider area. They looked calm, as if they did not feel that they were surrounded by others. Well, he was too familiar with this smile. The few high-level primeval who came out alone had the same expression. Victory was in their hands, and they did not take the order seriously. He had seen it a few times, and this time he could not help but want to mock them. "You people of the underworld seem to like to say very—" Hui gestured with his hands and paused for a second or two before he continued, "exaggerated words, as if the realm of order can no longer accommodate you, or as if the void of order should be your backyard. Your protectors used to have the same attitude, but what happened to them? Where are they now? Although the heavenly God of Origin is not here, there is no need for them to come here. The light of order that descends here will shine the truth of a new generation of order. None of you can escape." The expression of the people of the underworld changed slightly, but it was not too drastic. The person who had been talking and was dressed in a black robe, who might also be a protector, took 2 steps forward and turned his body sideways. "Just now, we did not want to have too many unnecessary disputes, so we did not argue with you. Do you really think that we are afraid of fighting?" The void that was engulfed by the power of order suddenly appeared with an even larger cloud of chaos right after he spoke. From every corner of the void, from the light of the world gushed out. One after another, gigantic chaos amalgamations brutally broke through the shackles of the void and appeared. Following closely behind them were countless manifestations and constructs that resembled basic components. Huey's face twitched. They had already gotten used to the ladder's numbers, and they would not feel anything if there were a few million more. However, there were a total of 29 chaotic aggregates. This scene had once again refreshed their understanding of the situation. Even during the battle against the chaotic concept bodies on the Cloud Continent, They had not brought out so many chaotic aggregates. This time, the netherworld must be really desperate, right? They brought out 29 of them. Ah, the gray light that illuminated the void, that intense. Oh, the heavy sound of the horn carried a rhythm that made the beings of order somewhat uncomfortable. Huey's gaze immediately shifted to the place where the horn came from. On the surface of the light of the world at the center, there was a platform formed by chaos aggregates. The squarish platform was flowing with scarlet energy patterns, and on it stood a group of people who wore clothes similar to the ones in front of them. Their surging life force was mixed with chaos energy. Through their scarlet eyes, one could see that they were berserk beings that were similar to fledglings. But Hui was certain that they were primeval. Now, with the annihilation energy forcefully raising them by a few levels, the level of the annihilation energy was comparable to that of a mid-tier primeval. This time, there were 60 to 70 mid-tier primeval beings. Including the group in front of him, there were almost 100 of them. The sound of the horn of order was vast and heavy, and the void trembled. Whether it was the mid-tier fledglings or the chaos aggregates, their life force became even more berserk in an instant, as if they had taken drugs. However, they did not show the madness and recklessness of the abyss death mist. Their life force only became more berserk, as if they still followed the essence of the soldiers of chaos. With some kind of discipline, they lined up in a huge, neat, square formation and advanced forward. At the front of the formation were countless chaos constructs and the 29 chaos aggregates. They looked like they were pushing forward like a wall of stars. The millions of order beings behind them saw this scene and broke out in cold sweat. Huff and puff, Hui muttered under his breath as his gaze fell on the center of the platform. There stood a beautiful woman dressed in gorgeous clothes. She was holding a huge horn in her hand and blowing the sound that made the void tremble. Her eyes were indifferent and emotionless as she looked in their direction. She was not affected by the energy of chaos. Although Hui was not clear about the internal divisions of the underworld based on her standing position and her clothes, he was not surprised that she should be the first or second leader of this war. Oh, the man in front of him was the other one. Lord Hui, how about the chaos aggregates from the depths of the void? They are also gathering here. I Ching walked to Lord Hui's side and whispered in his soul. Looking at the shocking scene in front of him, he was a little shocked, but he was still calm. He had experienced the encirclement of 20 high-level primeval beings, and there was no high-level primeval here. Well, calm, very calm. They are moving very slowly. It seems that they are not affected by the Horn of Order. It will take some time for them to reach here, but there are so many of them. If we want to end the battle, it is best to end it before they get here. Hui heard I Ching's words and pinched the bridge of his nose. He sighed and said, "If we brought a note of order here, I would not hesitate to order the entire army to attack and blow them up. We would not even give them time to gather. But now, phew, forget it. The energy towers have been collectively overloaded and attacked 3 times. How is the situation now? We used some time to recover and stabilize because of the origin energy crystal as the core. The overall stability rate is still above 90%. If we attack at full power without overloading, we can last for 5 days. If we attack at full power with overloading, we can only last for 3 hours. According to the number of chaos aggregates before us, we might not be able to finish them off in 3 hours. Lord Maple's magic circle is not included in this. As long as the void is not destroyed, the chaos aggregates can fight until the end of time. 3 hours. I Ching nodded slightly and tilted his head to look at Hui. Lord Hui, if Lord Maple can't join the battle, then this battle, Hui waved his hand. Maple is chatting with the annihilation energy. He has just finished a round, and is silent again. Although from the movement of the soul seed, he seems to be fine. But I am still a little worried. If that is the case, we understand. No matter what, we will fight to the death. Hui turned around and said to the commander of the order in the realm of order, "Don't rush into the battlefield here. Just cover from the side." The man scratched his head and said, "We were just covering from the side. The situation inside is too chaotic. I am afraid that you will kill me." Hui was speechless. This guy had figured out which side was more dangerous in such a short time. The biggest enemy of order was itself. This saying was not wrong. The chaos spawns were not afraid of being attacked by their own people. They had to be careful not to be led into a ditch by their own people. He was specifically referring to a certain someone, and that certain someone, almost 100 mid-tier primeval from the underworld, led thousands of low-tier primeval in front of the formation. They were evenly spread out in the huge formation made up of countless chaos spawns. They were like nodes, but they looked very uncoordinated. The light of order shining in the formation of chaos looked very awkward. Even after 5 eras in the front line of the void, they still could not get used to it. In any case, this was a scene of a decisive battle. No matter how you looked at it, it was terrifying. The enemy had overwhelming power. The quality and quantity of the chaos spawns had reached an unbelievable level. They were also prepared, but not enough. Moreover, a certain someone who was supposed to be responsible for 90% of the damage might still be dropping the ball. They could only pray that Sir Observer, who dropped the ball, would quickly come back to his senses. It was fine if they fell here, since they would be able to crawl out of the spiritual temple after some time. But behind them were trillions of life forms of order, as well as an equal number of worlds of order. They couldn't just give up like that. What? You still want to hide your strength before the decisive battle? The male commander of the underworld spread his hands. The attack just now was not led by any of you. It was led by a scion with the origin energy. Why didn't he come out? You want to see him? Hui raised his right hand and made a very indecent gesture. Why don't you take a look at yourself first? He wanted to say something harsh, but as soon as the words left his mouth, the void beside him started to wriggle slowly, a burst of aura that was so dense that it was as if the chaotic concept body had personally descended suddenly, causing Hui and the others to tremble violently. They hurriedly took a few steps back. The people of the underworld were also stunned. They looked at each other with strange expressions. Yun Nuoshing's figure slowly walked out from the torn void. He still had his colorful long hair. However, his body was surrounded by an extremely dense dark energy. Colorful divine runes were condensing and appearing around him. They then turned gray and disappeared into the void. His aura was so strange that even Siyu and Feng Qinghuang could not recognize him. A scion with their power. What a laughable fellow. The man covered his face and shook his head. He sneered. This is the path you are pursuing. You don't know how to adapt. You keep going forward until you drag yourself into the abyss and become part of them. Look at yourself. What's the difference between you and them? But I'm curious. You're not a first-generation heir, nor are you one of the backups left behind by the 147 heavenly gods of origin in the second echelon. I've seen all of them, and you're not one of them. You don't look like a second-generation heir, like the many disciples scattered all over the void. Who are you? A toy created by the heavenly god of origin? Did the victory of order give them the time to raise new pets? Such a weak toy. I can't believe you were able to withstand the corrosion of 2 different powers. You look like a very good material. Hui, I Ching, and the others exchanged glances. As expected, They didn't know that the heavenly origin gods had already passed away. Also, this statement was too unpleasant to hear. Just from this sentence alone, one could tell how much prejudice they had against the heavenly origin gods. They didn't know where this nameless prejudice came from. I am no one. Yin Nuashing slowly raised his head. He narrowed his eyes and spoke softly. I have a question. You can treat it as your last words. As members of order, you did not hesitate to abandon everything and throw yourselves into the embrace of chaos. Why? He. Although the dead have the right to die knowing this is not something you people can understand. He could not help but chuckle. He clasped his hands behind his back and said, This is not something you people should know. Is that so? So important that you people are willing to become the dogs of the chaos concept body, selling your souls, and becoming something that is neither human nor ghost. The man frowned slightly. After a moment, he said with a faint smile, The chaos concept body. With your shallow knowledge, you can only think of it that way. We do not listen to the orders of order, nor do we listen to the call of chaos. They and them are just stepping stones. The void has been deceived by them and them for dozens of eras. It is distorted, broken, and worthless. It is not worth mentioning. It is a mistake. It is just self-destruction. He waved his hand and laughed coldly. The void should return to the correct path. It should not be guided by them, nor should it be guided by them. We will walk at the forefront of this path. We will witness the decline and destruction of the void in the past, and you people are destined to walk towards destruction with them. Hui reached out and picked at his ears with a conflicted expression. Although he knew that the underworld people were almost crazy, he did not expect them to be so crazy. You are all trash and should have decayed into dust a long time ago. To the living beings who had lived in the great Yuan realm for more than 300 eras and represented the voids of both sides when the great Yuan realm was first created. Moreover, he dared to say this to an inheritor when he thought that the origin heavenly god was still alive. This was really something. Did the people of the underworld really think that they were fish on the chopping board and could do whatever they wanted to them? Hui and the others did not know what the underworld people were up to. At first, they thought that the underworld people had eaten the fake medicine given by the chaos concept body and were only thinking about following chaos to destroy order. But now, they still did not know what the underworld people were up to. After talking for a while, it was only a possible target that could be inferred from all kinds of clues. It turned from a guess to a certainty. The underworld people were really up to something, but they did not know. Using the origin heavenly god and the chaos concept body as stepping stones, TSK, were they not afraid that they would fall too hard? Well, according to the current situation of the void, it was not realistic to let them fall. Well, as a last word, I have satisfied your curiosity. Now, die with satisfaction. The horn of order that shook the void sounded once again. Countless chaos spawns roared in response to the horn and launched an all-out assault. The clouds of chaos that erupted on the spot made the chaos spawns charge towards them like a storm. The massive impact made the order beings behind them sweat profusely. Their hands that were holding onto the energy towers had to exert some strength to stop their trembling. Hui walked to the side and tilted his head to look at the expressionless Maple. He saw that his eyes were surging with colorful and gray light. He suddenly said, "Oh, okay." He turned to the others and made a no-problem gesture. Then he waved his hand and calmly ordered, "All energy towers are to enter overcharge mode. Aim at the 29 suns, and all magic arrays are to enter destruction mode. Although it can only be used 10 times, it will be enough." Yin Nuashing looked indifferently at the countless chaos spawns that were charging at them fearlessly. She gently clenched her right hand, and the netherworld ruin sword appeared in her hand. The colorful energy of origin and the gray energy of annihilation tangled around the blade of the netherworld ruin sword. A faint golden and gray light floated around the body of the sword. Hui was stunned when he felt the presence. That. Maple, don't tell me you're planning to. I Ching and the others, who were in the midst of emergency preparations and controlling the energy towers and formations, turned their heads when they heard Lord Huey's bewildered voice. Then they happened to see Lord Feng take a deep breath, raise the nether void sword, and ruthlessly stab it into the void. A strange aura that transcended the void quietly spread out, and in an instant their faces turned pale. Retreat! Hui waved his hand and shouted. He hurriedly grabbed the two girls beside Maple and ran away. Everyone turned pale with fright when they saw this. They hurriedly grabbed the guy who was still seriously setting up the defense tower and ran away. They waved their hands at the group of people beside the energy tower. F***CK, get down quickly. Everyone, defend, defend, defend. The millions of order beings all stared at them in horror. Without a word, all of them dropped to the ground. They had no idea what was going on. As you wish, all of you shall perish together with the decaying void. A gray and colorful energy shadow that was millions of miles wide suddenly appeared from Yun Nuoxing's body. Only the upper body of the energy shadow could be seen. It was like a demonic shadow. It stabbed the energy sword in its hand into the void. The two unusual powers of order that erupted from its body stunned the underworld people. For a moment, they did not continue charging with the chaos spawns. Silence. The moment the energy silhouette made its move, two gigantic energy light pillars slammed into Yun Nuoxing from the void. The energy tides set off by the origin energy and the chaos energy instantly impacted all the places covered by the realm of order. The ear-piercing and sharp sound of energy instantly occupied the minds of all the living beings in the area. Circles of energy shockwaves that could be seen with the naked eye rolled out in a frenzy before their eyes like raging waves. The underworld people, who were completely unprepared, were all pressed into nothingness by the shockwaves. The energy that could strike the void back to its original point erupted with all its might, sweeping the two waves towards the edge of the void. Hundreds of destructive shockwaves erupted in an instant, destroying every chaos spawn and construct. The 29 chaos amalgamation's energy chaos barrier barely held on under the impact of the mixed order. In just a few breaths, it was struck by the two energies hundreds of thousands of times and was swept tens of thousands of miles away. Even the underworld's world light behind it could not withstand the indiscriminate energy shockwaves, melting the world barriers of 7 or 8 worlds. If it were not for a layer of chaos barrier supporting them, they would have been devoured by the void that swarmed towards them. Bam! The void was torn apart by the huge energy. Thousands of figures that were entangled with the mixed energy of order fell out of the void. They all looked miserable. The man's face was pale as he looked at the two-colored energy ball that was setting off waves in the void. The energy ball had killed almost half of their chaos spawns. In an instant, origin energy, multiple types of origin energy, multiple types of chaos energy. The man's face turned green and red. The underworld people's expressions changed drastically. You're not an inheritor. Could it be? Hundreds of terrifying thoughts flashed through his mind. However, he did not have much time to think about this problem. The mixed energy of order suddenly dissipated. The last impact broke the formation of the underworld people who had crawled back from the void after much difficulty. The aura of death suddenly appeared in his heart. A flash of energy with the smell of annihilation suddenly rushed toward his face. He quickly stabilized his body. The surging power of the origin quickly gathered in front of him. Bam! The mighty fan-shaped wave of destruction crushed his body. The huge wave that was hundreds of millions of miles wide instantly tore a crack in the void that could not be repaired. It swallowed the dozens of unlucky people behind him. The light rain that suddenly exploded in the void shocked the underworld people. The man flashed out of the void in a sorry state. Before he could stabilize his body, a figure surrounded by gray light appeared in front of him. The giant sword in the figure's hand had the power of the primordial realm and slammed into his energy barrier. The power directly penetrated the barrier and affected him. His soul felt a sharp pain as if it was being torn apart. Counting from the moment the mixed energy of order exploded, he had not been able to stabilize himself. The people of the underworld could not even figure out where they had been thrown into the void, let alone their formation. At this moment, they finally managed to suppress their consciousness, which had been shattered into hundreds of pieces by the energy shock waves. Just as they were about to rush forward to help their protectors, a vast torrent of energy suddenly swept toward their faces. The energy that shone with the light of truth and order made it difficult for them to dodge for a moment. They could only use all their skills to forcefully block it. Hold them here. Hui pointed forward with his shield and sword. Crush them for me. I Ching and the others shouted and rushed forward. With the help of the power of the realm of order and the bombardment of the energy towers, they entangled the underworld people in place. We even saw someone holding 2 energy towers directly and using them as sticks to smash open the enemy's head. Those were definitely people brought out by Lady Green. Boom! 2 mighty energies set off fireworks in the void. We did not want to look anymore. Using the overload impact of the energy towers to smash open the enemy's head at such a close distance was not something that could be described as fighting to the death. It was planning to destroy their reincarnation path. Wu, after the origin of chaos passed through, the horn of order once again let out a long sound that seemed to have come from ancient times. The chaos clouds that emerged from the light of the 15 worlds caused the void to be occupied by the chaos derivatives once again. The 29 chaos aggregates that were thrown out at the beginning of the battle once again propped up the chaos barrier and pressured them. That loudspeaker is so annoying. I Ching scolded as he adjusted the energy of the energy towers. Master Hui, can I go over and kill her? Hey, let her brag. After 2 minutes, Maple will ding, and we'll pretend that nothing happened. Oh, that's true. However, even though that was the case, the chaos derivatives were nothing to be afraid of. However, we stared at the woman blowing the horn on the platform. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers and shouted at the 2 girls who were charging around on the battlefield. See you, Qing Huang. I have a mission for you. Chapter 1834. Feathers fluttering in the void descended, igniting the vast sea of fire that burned both order and chaos into ashes. Crimson pink, icy blue, and dark purple flames filled the void and gathered into a cloud of fire that swept across the battlefield. The blazing fire carried an extremely strong aura of order. Those chaos soldiers who did not know death and did not know how to retreat were drowned in the sea of fire and would not be able to hold on for long. Only Yuanshi, who had reached the middle level of the underworld realm, dared to walk into the sea of fire with millions of energy torrents. However, it was too difficult to extinguish the sea of fire and find the person who controlled this vast sea of fire. Even if they burned all their hair, they would not be able to hurt the person in the sea of fire. At the center of the brilliant sea of fire, waves of fire swept up millions of miles high. The waves pushed towards the furthest end of the sea of fire, expanding the range of the sea of fire. At the place where the waves rolled up, a dozen or so energy towers could be vaguely seen. Different from the appearance of ordinary energy towers, the energy towers here seemed to be made of pure crystal, and the surging energy inside was indescribably dense. Every 10 seconds, the crystallized energy towers would spray out surging energy at the void, or at a random spot. Waves of flames were swept up by the colorful energy radiance into the void, turning into a massive meteor shower that filled the void. It caused a series of explosions that sounded like stars colliding with meteors, while the scattered meteors would also turn into tens of millions of bursting energies that spread in all directions, causing one explosion after another. Ah, not there. Here. 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 Shoot this way. Ah, it's over there. Shoot that way. Siyu grabbed the crosshairs of the energy towers and started to bombard the area in front of her, the 5-element sky formation, and the pieces of splitting formations also changed their targets. Feng Qinghuang was speechless as she looked at her. She then looked at the formations and energy towers that were spinning along with her. Logically speaking, she would think that these formations and energy towers were going crazy to have such a master. However, they didn't have intelligence. She held back her bitterness. After a while, she couldn't stand it anymore. She walked up to Siyu and pulled her arm. Stop attacking Little Star. Little Star doesn't need our help. The main thing is our attacks can't keep up. Siyu tried her best to blast the void cannon for a while, and she realized that it was true. No matter how much energy she used, she could not make her attacks catch up to the figures that were flashing wildly in the void. Instead, she managed to kill many of the strange chaos spawns. Hey! Siyu Qinghuang, can you hear me? Feng Qinghuang quickly replied. Lord Hui, what's the matter? Feng Qinghuang's voice sounded in their souls. Ah, I finally heard you. I called you for a long time, but you didn't respond. Hui threw a holy energy blast into the air. Then, he slapped the underworld dweller that kept fighting with him. Look deeper. In the center of the 15 light clusters. Yes, there's a platform. Do you see a person blowing a horn on it? Tie her up and bring the loudspeaker back. Horn, the two girls turned their gazes at the same time and looked at the woman in a gorgeous white dress on the cloudy platform. She was holding a brown horn that was about the size of 2 wash basins. It was engraved with colorful and dark energy patterns. Bring it back. Master Hui, you are making things difficult for us. Siyu gestured to where they were and the positions of the 15 world light balls. Alone. Tisk, it's because we're alone that we're asking you to go. No one will know that you're not here with this energy cloud. Maple gave you the power to secretly go around to the back. Just knock him out with a brick and carry him back. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang looked at each other. Siyu could not help but ask, what if they are accidentally killed? If they are dead, then so be it. Remember to bring the horn back. Let's do it later. Feng is about to clear the place. When he is done and the next wave of chaos soldiers comes out, then before we could finish his sentence, a crazy energy explosion that shook the void suddenly descended upon this region of the void. Everyone's heart trembled, and they had already made a conditioned reflex after hearing this sound. Layers of energy barriers wrapped around their bodies as if they were free. They turned around abruptly, but before they could get away from the point of the energy explosion, they were slapped away by a dual-colored energy wave. The origin energy and annihilation energy were mixed and entangled together. Thousands of small shock waves erupted in a second on the battlefield, where the objects were clashing with each other. At the scene, the barriers of the underworld people were all torn apart. Then they were pushed into the void by the waves one after another, and they were beaten up violently. Hui and the others saw this and rushed forward while howling like wolves. They endured the indiscriminate attacks of their allies and rushed into the void to add insult to injury. The impact of the storm lasted for a full 10 seconds. When it dissipated, the void was so clean that it was as if it was washed clean by the void turbulence. The chaos barriers of the 15 worlds in the distance were already on the verge of collapse. It was likely that after a few rounds of origin, chaos, the barriers of those worlds would be torn apart and thrown into the void. Ugh. Siyu stood up shakily from the sea of fire. She shook her head and rubbed her temples. I feel a little dizzy. I still can't take little stars' indiscriminate attacks. There is still a gap between the levels of order. After all, we don't have the origin energy. Feng Qinghuang said helplessly. When she saw Siyu mumbling to herself in disappointment, Feng Qinghuang patted Siyu's head and said, all right. In the battle at the front line of the void, no matter if it's the order or the underworld, there are very few who can stay within the range of the little star's energy. We are part of it after all. Many of us can't even get close to it. When Siyu heard that, she grinned. Seems like it. Feng Qinghuang shrugged. She narrowed her eyes and stared at the void. The clean void did not last long. The bugle horn sounded immediately after the storm passed. The place where she was at was protected by the thickest layer of energy. It was also far away from the core of origin, chaos. Even if the entire realm of order was within the attack range, the damage done to her was indeed lesser. Unless Little Star was determined to bury the entire realm of order, then whether it was the area sealed by the origin, chaos, or the void outside, the damage done to her was exactly the same. There was no reduction in the damage done to her. At this moment, there were still people on her side in the realm of order. Little Star could not go all out and attack. The aura of a mid-tier primeval. If we go in alone, we can't bring the energy towers and magic arrays. Our strength will be greatly reduced. If we only have the realm of order, we shouldn't be able to hurt her. Feng Qinghuang murmured. So, the power that Feng gave you is the key. Just use that thing. Master Huey's voice sounded in time. Siyu quickly said, is it the power of the Netherworld Ruin Sword? That thing can kill her. But, the Netherworld Ruin Sword's attack range is very large. It might cut the horn in half. Feng Qinghuang's face twitched. Who was the one who shouted horn in the first place? A good bugle horn was called horn. Hey, it's not the Netherworld Ruin Sword. The small box that Feng gave you last time contained something very useful. If you didn't throw it away, it must be in there. Something useful hidden in the small box. Feng Qinghuang didn't understand the ambiguity at first. Then Siyu clapped her hands and exclaimed. She took something out of the pendant. Her hand shook, and the item fell into the sea of fire with a loud bang. Feng Qinghuang was stunned. Feng Qinghuang froze the moment she saw the object. It was a shiny golden brick. Every corner of the brick was carved with 12 steel nails. It looked like a meteor hammer. There were at least 100 small magic circles carved on the top and bottom of the brick. The magic circle was made with the origin energy, and the magic circle was made with the annihilation energy. Feng Qinghuang thought the brick looked familiar. However, she was sure that it didn't look like this when she first saw it. It must have been modified 3 times later on. If she threw something like this out, all the high-level Yuanshi in the void would have to retreat. Even the chaos concept bodies would have to stop. This thing was even more dangerous than the Netherworld Ruin Sword. Siyu quickly picked up the meteor hammer and handed it to Feng Qinghuang. Feng Qinghuang's face turned pale when she saw the dangerous object getting closer to her. She hurriedly waved her hands and stepped back. No, don't point that at me. Take it. Just take it. Did you get it? Come, get ready. They are about to attack again. We will cover for you during this time. You can sneak past them." Master Huey's voice rang in Feng Qinghuang's soul. Feng Qinghuang looked at Siyu and nodded helplessly. The two girls prepared themselves in the formation for a while. Feng Qinghuang waved her hand and let the energy in the tower work on its own. They bombarded the chaos creatures and the underworld denizens in the void. Dark, purple flames quickly formed a barrier around them, and they disappeared into the void. Using energy to open a path wasn't obvious at all. After all, every space within the void was filled with countless bursts of energy. The endless shock waves were bouncing back and forth, causing the sea of void to be tossed around. The void was on the verge of going crazy. Under such circumstances, a few bursts of energy suddenly appeared in a certain place. It was equivalent to a candle being lit 100 meters in front of the sun. It was impossible to tell the difference at all. That girl with the horn. Phew. The girl with the horn would not just sit there and wait to be captured. She was at the place with the highest level of defense. Even after being attacked several times by Little Star's origin, Chaos, there was not a single crack. It was enough to tell the level of the defense around her. It was also because of this reason that there were not many Chaos spawns around her. She was alone. The underworld was obviously very confident in this kind of defense. Feng Qinghuang felt that they needed to discuss a plan of action. "Later, I will use the Netherworld sword to create a crack. You immediately rush in and smash her with that thing. Tie her up and run." Siyu listened and nodded. The discussion was over. Along the way, chaos creatures that were charging at the realm of order were blown up by the energy of order. They turned into clouds and dissipated. They had already passed through the barrier formed by the 29 chaos aggregates. They sneakily went to the back. Here, more chaos creatures kept appearing. This was a place where the power of order did not completely cover. Only sporadic flames of order would occasionally burn. After they arrived, there were obviously a few more explosions of order energy. The dense energy of chaos distorted the void. The aura of the distortion of the laws permeated the entire area. Just by feeling it, they felt uncomfortable. However, their emotions were not affected by the environment. This was the result of them fighting at the front line of the void for 5 eras. They were already familiar with everything. They would not give themselves away just because of this small situation. Oh, except for Little Star's energy of annihilation. That energy was denser than all the chaos creatures before them combined. They could not help but retreat when they felt it for the first, second, and third time. They really could not handle it. They tried their best to perfectly conceal their presence in the last part of the journey. The two finally arrived at the side of the platform. The girl holding the horn was just 100 meters in front of them. Siyu pulled Feng Qinghuang's hand and whispered in her ear, "She is so long. She can still maintain the rhythm after blowing for an hour without stopping." Feng Qinghuang's mouth trembled. She thought for a moment and ignored Siyu's complaint. "Master Hui, we have arrived. Can we attract some attention over there? Oh, you two be careful. Be careful." The one who answered them was not Lord Hui, but Little Star's low and indifferent voice. Both of them held their breaths as they calculated the time. It was not yet time for the next wave of primordial chaos sparkle. Oh, this was actually not calculated according to time. Little Star basically used it according to his mood. The time he set was just to give people time to react, to give his own people time to react. Boom, there was a distant and heavy sound of energy trembling. It was as if billions of galaxies were roaring furiously. The impact on the stars was like a huge earthquake. The earthquake that occurred in the void caused everything inside and outside the barrier whether it was order or chaos, to see a dazzling white light. In the next moment, an endless wave of order and chaos came crashing down on them with indescribable destruction and impact. It quickly crushed everything and rushed to a place further away. Wow. Feng, you big idiot. You should have told us in advance. And Yen% gurgle. And gurgle. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang were speechless. Master Hui was being pressed into the sea of nothingness and energy, the destructive power of origin. Chaos, this time, was obviously more than 100 times stronger than the previous few times. Furthermore, the area of effect was much further, and the effect of hurting allies was much more obvious. The impact of the mixed order that rolled over one's body was like a visible shockwave spreading over one's body. Then, the entire world started to shake, and one's soul, body, and consciousness were all thrown into a storm, spinning tens of thousands of times in a second. Even one's soul was scattered. Buzz, buzz. The 29 chaos aggregates let out a low buzzing sound as their energy was severely depleted. The light of the entire sphere dimmed by at least half. The powerful chaos attacks targeting Master Hui and the order domain were also silenced because of this. Woo-woo, I'm dizzy. Although I'm holding on, I'm still dizzy. Siyu was half lying on Feng Qinghuang's back. Her eyes were turning into mosquito coils. They had targeted defenses, and Little Star's own energy imprint to prevent accidental damage. However, every time they were hit, they would be dizzy for at least a while. She really didn't know how the others, especially the enemies, felt. Master Hui and the others were used to it. However, when the origin of chaos exploded, they still couldn't move while enduring the impact of the energy. The other two types of order and chaos attacks were still fine. Cheer up. It's time for us to make our move. Feng Qinghuang patted her face and took a deep breath. She threw the dizziness out of her mind. Her jade-like hand surged with the energy of the Nether Void sword and condensed into a large energy sword in her hand. The woman on the platform was also dizzy from the impact of the origin of chaos. On the platform formed by the chaos clouds, the scarlet energy was flickering due to the impact of the energy. The chaos energy was weakening, and the barrier was on the verge of collapse. Everything was telling them that this was the best time to make their move. Siyu nodded. She calmed herself down and grasped the meteor hammer in her hand. The magic circle and the steel nails on the meteor hammer all surged with terrifying energy the moment the meteor hammer was activated. Feng Qinghuang felt a chill down her spine. She shivered and looked back. She couldn't help but gulp. If it wasn't for the fact that Little Star taught her this concealment barrier, and the fact that the woman in front of her was obviously dizzy, they would have been discovered. Feng Qinghuang pointed the Nether Void sword at the barrier in front of her. She took a deep breath and looked at Siyu. The two women nodded at the same time. Feng Qinghuang immediately thrust the Nether Void sword forward and slashed a large crack in the barrier. You! Hit her! Siyu's entire body turned into a streak of light that shot out like an arrow. The brick meteor hammer in her hand drew out a sword light, drawing an extremely long arc as it landed heavily on the ground. Clang! Feng Qinghuang was in great pain. She turned her head and covered her face. Oh my God! What is that sound? She thought the scene was too bloody, and she didn't even want to look. Then, a mid-level yuansher burst out. Feng Qinghuang quickly turned around and rushed out with the Nether Void sword in her hand. She is indeed a mid-level yuansher. She made such a weird sound when she was in close contact with that weapon, and she didn't pass out. When Siyu hit the meteor hammer, the woman was obviously in a daze. However, her powerful cultivation helped her to hold on. She didn't pass out right away. Instead, she unleashed all the energy of a mid-level yuansher. Oh my God! You should just fall. I don't have the heart to hit you again. So you let out a loud yell. She grabbed the brick with both hands and used all of her order, divine right, and divine power. The brick, which was bursting with origin energy and annihilation energy, smashed heavily on the elder sister's face. Clang, dong. Feng Qinghuang stopped in her tracks. Her face twisted when she heard the strange sound. She had witnessed the whole process. She saw the beautiful elder sister being smashed on the platform. The whole process was like this. She fell on her back, and her head was pulled to a distance. She kissed the platform before her body. Then there was a loud sound. She bounced on the platform and fell on the ground heavily. She was motionless. Phew, hitting the head is not that fun. Siyu held the meteor hammer in her left hand and shook it with her right hand. A mid-level yuansher is too thick-skinned. I can't hit her once. I have to hit her again. She looked at Feng Qinghuang, who was standing aside with a weird face. She handed the meteor hammer to her and said, "Do you want to hit her? It feels good, but it's a bit hard." Feng Qinghuang saw the meteor hammer on her face. She was so scared that her face turned pale. She waved her hand and stepped back. No, I won't hit it. I won't hit it." Feng Qinghuang quickly walked to the side and picked up the meteor hammer. She looked at it for a while and put it away. Then she dragged the woman and ran out. "Let's go. This is someone else's territory. They will realize it soon if the meteor hammer doesn't sound." Siyu stuck out her tongue and quickly put away the brick and meteor hammer. Then she left the place and once again entered the hidden barrier. Just as they had expected, the horn of order that was supposed to sound again within 1 or 2 minutes after the primordial chaos rumbled was still silent even after 5 minutes had passed. The people of the underworld were a little puzzled. While they were dealing with the enemies in front of them, they took the time to look back. Then everyone's expression froze. On the platform that was supposed to have an impenetrable defense, it seemed to still be in perfect condition. However, the people on the platform were gone. Looking at the confused faces of his enemies, we couldn't help but smile like Feng Qinghuang. "Ah, are you looking for her?" Hui tilted his head and pointed to the side. In the center of 400 to 500 origin energy towers, countless thick and heavy energy chains fell from the top of the towers and tied a figure in the middle. That scene made all the underworld people widen their eyes. Their eyes were spitting fire as they looked angry. Hui was so happy that he could not help but laugh. Despicable, sneak attack, immoral. The man who should be the #1 commander said coldly. His people were captured in just a few minutes. They didn't even notice anything. Yin Nuoxing slowly stood up straight. She pointed the netherworld ruins, sword at the void, in front of her. She looked at the people in front of her indifferently. She said without any emotion, "What is morality? Why do we have to follow any logic when we deal with you? This is war. You said it. Your wish. Your choice. When you joined the chaos to do evil, you have nothing to do with order. Morality, conscience, logic. These are things that you don't need to care about in the face of war. They are for the beings of order, not for you who belong to the chaos. When you are attacking the order, to us, there is only one path left between us." Yun Nuoxing's face changed for the first time. She raised the netherworld ruins, sword ferociously. A pair of clouds danced behind her. The origin energy and annihilation energy gushed out of her body and instantly engulfed the entire realm of order. Fight to the death. The sudden burst of violent energy was enough to drown the void. The man looked at Yun Nuoshing in front of him. He was in a trance. His face was pale. He seemed to have seen them, the same violent, the same scene. Chapter 1835. In the chaotic and cold void, the remaining energies of order and chaos were being devoured by the slowly recovering void, leaving nothing behind. There were still some bursts of energy appearing in the corners of the void. Sometimes it was huge, and sometimes it was just a small spark. That was the end of the void's battlefield. The bigger movements were caused by I Ching, and the others using energy towers to hit the heads of others. The small sparks were the movements of the underworld people as they struggled to resist. As the vast rain of light sprinkled over the void, those small sparks were also annihilated one by one. The void was calming down at a rapid pace. The final battle of the origin of chaos that washed across the void had caused the underworld, who had lost their backup, to collapse rapidly. At this time, other than the underworld who were being exterminated, only the 15 world orbs and the 29 chaos aggregates were left hanging in the void, motionless. Their structures and energies were mostly destroyed by Maple's energy attacks, and what was left hanging in the void was just an empty shell of energy. Its insides were no longer stable after being tormented by the origin of chaos. For such gigantic energy aggregates, if the core could not maintain the relative stability of energy and laws, it would easily collapse, especially when there was no one controlling it. A slightly more powerful attack could cause it to collapse, turning it into a decorative object that could only be put aside for decoration. Later on, I Ching and the others would be able to clean it up. So is this the end of the battle? I keep feeling that something is not right. Hui stood in the void and finished looking around. He stretched his back and said to Maple, who was beside him, "It's not something worth mentioning in the first place, and it's not something to be excited about. Winning or losing now is just a small explanation for all the order beings in the void, even if most of them might not know the meaning of this battle. Perhaps it would be more satisfying to fight some chaos spawns than to deal with them." Hui sighed. That's right. It's not something worth mentioning. Looking at the battle between order and chaos in the entire void, the battle with the underworld is just, quelling a rebellion. That's not right. Those bastards have already made up their minds to join chaos. No, it seems that the situation is not that simple, although they are using the power of chaos. Maple, these people from the underworld, what exactly? Hui stammered as he waved his hand, trying to express what he wanted to say. Primal chaos concept body, heavenly god of origin, stepping stones, and whatnot. I'm getting more and more confused. Who knows? Yun Nuoshing breathed a long sigh and shook his head, the boiling energy in his body slowly calming down. Regardless, it's an indisputable fact that they are using the power of chaos against order. We don't know what agreement they have with the chaos concept body, and perhaps we can't find out either. But it's enough to know that they are representing chaos. Since that's the case, there's no need to discuss how to deal with them. Hui muttered in response. He looked at the fellow in Maple's hand. It was the underworld leader. The final origin of chaos had exploded on his face, and he looked miserable now. His clothes were tattered, and there were several holes on his body. The open wounds were still leaking energy. He was also an energy life form. They knew that some of the underworld people were energy life forms. The fledglings were directly catalyzed by the chaos energy and became energy life forms. However, they were just a type of consumable that was better than the abyssal death shroud. These true primeval energy life forms should be their higher-ups. Hui stepped forward and looked at the unlucky fellow, who was bound by the origin and annihilation energies. Is he dying? He won't die. Energy life forms don't die that easily. but I've destroyed his scattered form and used the origin and annihilation energies to erode him. If he dissipates now, he's really dead. Generally speaking, energy life forms that have been eroded by the origin and annihilation energies wouldn't be like that. I've just dealt with it, specially. Oh. We pinched his chin. Energy life forms were indeed creatures that were not so easy to kill completely. It was fine if they were on their own side, but it would be troublesome if they were on their enemies. This meant that if they wanted to kill their enemies, they would have to use a more powerful and special power that could destroy all the life imprints in their souls, spirits, and consciousnesses. However, under normal circumstances, when they were dealing with the energy life forms of the underworld, they would go all out and rarely let their enemies slip away, especially Maple. With his unique power, he could press them into nothingness and beat them up violently. He could even destroy their reincarnation road and get rid of all future troubles. This was something worth celebrating. But Maple, what are you going to do? We asked, pointing at the thing in Maple's hand. It's more valuable to capture one alive than to kill one, although that's the case. But, well, I don't know if a mid-tier premier can keep his mouth shut. He probably doesn't have the energy to do that. It was important to know what the underworld wanted to do besides killing them first. Everyone wanted to do that, but no one had the energy to do it. Previously, when they encountered the high-tier premier of the underworld, they would collapse without a word because they were completely uncontrollable. Moreover, they did not even have the chance to ask questions. Even if they did not think that an uncontrollable enemy would say anything. Most likely, it would be some confusing information. However, it was different this time. They had captured 2 mid-level primeval heavenly kings and were 100% sure that they would be under their absolute control. That would change the situation, wouldn't it? Logically speaking, I don't need them to tell me. I'll see for myself. Yun Nuashing stroked her long hair. I'm not worried that they will kill themselves. With the origin energy and annihilation energy, they won't be able to die without my permission. Yun Nuashing and we stood still and talked for a while. Seeing that the battlefield was almost cleaned up, and I Ching and the others were also dealing with the 29 energy aggregates, Yun Nuashing, and we walked into the realm of order. As soon as they landed and looked up, they saw hundreds of energy towers strung together with energy chains to form a huge ball in front of them. Inside the ball was another person they had just captured, and only his head was exposed. It looked like they had done something inhumane, and their cheeks twitched. Ah, little star, are you guys done? A voice suddenly came from the ball of chains. Yun Nuashing, and we looked up blankly. They saw Siyu standing on top, waving at them to go up. Why did you tie him up like this? We came to the top of the ball of chains and said to Siyu with a strange expression. Siyu scratched his head. You told us to tie him up tightly and not let him run away. So we tied him up tightly. Well, it just consumes a little energy tower. We felt that the sturdy he said was definitely not the same as the sturdy Siyu understood. Siyu saw the person in Yun Nuashing's hand and pointed at him. Do you want to strung him up too? Strung. We was stunned. Is it not suitable? Then hang him up. Siyu saw that the expressions of the two gradually became strange. He stuck out his tongue and said, Well, if it's not suitable, then find another energy tower and tie him up. It just consumes a little energy tower. You better strung him up. 5 minutes later, a small ball was hanging on an energy tower. The unlucky underworld commander was hanging on the ball. If there was wind here, they should be able to see him fluttering in the wind. Yun Nuashing pressed on Siyu's head and walked forward. Feng Qinghuang was fiddling with the horn of order that they had just seized. When she saw them coming, she quickly held the horn and went up to them. How's the big horn? We looked at Feng Qinghuang and then at the Horn of Order in Maple's hand. They had been eyeing the Horn of Order since the beginning. They had no choice. They didn't have much power left. Unlike the underworld, they had the origin energy and the relic of origin in one hand and the chaos energy and the chaos soldiers in the other. They had two hands on two hands. On the other hand, the order had too little power. They had no choice but to turn to the underworld for help. This was the reason why Maple could destroy this void with a single slap, but he wasn't in a hurry to take it slow. If it wasn't for Loudmouth, we looked at the 15 world orbs. Well, they still had to walk around in there and see if they could find anything worth paying attention to. At this moment, because he was worried that they weren't all dead, he didn't remove the realm of order. He just asked I Ching and the others to shrink the sealed realm of order and surround the 15 world orbs. The Horn of Order. Yun Nuoshing weighed the horn in his hand and shook his head at the three of them. It's a very complicated structure. Just from the structure and the rules of the structure, I've only seen this level of structure in that pile of relics. Made by the Origin Heavenly God. I'm afraid so, but this doesn't make sense. We frowned with a strange expression. If it was made by the Origin Heavenly God and left for the order to strengthen the power of order to fight against the chaos concept entity, then how did the underworld twist the rules of the horn to make it effective against the chaos soldiers and the abyssal death misspawn? Oh, right. It's also effective against you. It's just that it doesn't affect the order. It's also not effective against the underworld people. This is actually very simple. Don't think too much about it. Although I thought it was very complicated at first, I thought they did this and that and did some indescribable things to the Horn of Order. Yun Nuoshing held the Horn of Order in front of Hui and the others to see clearly. He stretched out his hand and pointed at a piece of dark energy rune that occupied 70% of the surface of the horn. Look at what this is. The breath of chaos. Feng Qinghuang sniffled and widened her eyes. Could it be those chaos words? Not really. The breath of the chaos words is much stronger than this. Hui waved his hand and rubbed his hand on the energy rune that was tainted with the breath of chaos. However, this is a power that directly belongs to chaos and not the abyssal death mist. It should be related to the chaos concept entity. Who knows what kind of communication the underworld had with the chaos concept entity and what kind of agreement they had. Anyway, it's definitely not something good. So this is what they used to distort the Horn of Order. Oh, you said, think just now. Does that mean that the Horn of Order was not distorted by the laws of its structure? Yun Nuoshing nodded and reached out his finger to touch the chaos rune. The surging origin energy came into contact with the energy rune, and a breath of chaos energy appeared. Hui sensed the power of chaos and was about to take out his shield to be alert when the chaos rune suddenly wriggled and peeled off from the surface of the Horn of Order inch by inch. Then it fell to the ground and turned into energy and disappeared into the void. After the layer of chaos runes disappeared, the Horn of Order was surging with a golden energy radiance. The aura of order was rapidly emerging. The dusty Horn of Order was quickly dyed in a pure white color. Golden runes appeared all over the Horn of Order. When the Horn of Order stabilized, one could feel an indescribable sacred and majestic aura from the Horn of Order. That was the breath of the heavenly god of origin. Huey's eyes widened in amazement. They were considered to have seen the shadow of the heavenly god of origin and could recognize this breath that could not be more special. However, even if they had not seen it before, they could recognize it when they sensed it for the first time. In the world of order, as long as they still had knowledge of the heavenly god of origin, they would not mistake this breath. Yes, this should be the original appearance of the Horn of Order. However, it has always been controlled by the energy of chaos. That's why it can be effective against chaos. It's also the same for me. However, generally speaking, the energy of annihilation is suppressed by the energy of origin, so it's not obvious. We heard this and nodded. He looked at the spot where the chaos energy had disappeared and clapped his hands. After all this time, it was just a layer of membrane for calamity. Yun Nuashing said, although it was affected by something of the same level as the chaos concept body, what you said about the membrane. Phew, forget it. We held the horn of order and played with it for a while. If it was not for the fact that he felt that it was not the right time, he might have blown the horn. If he blew the horn now, I Ching and the others would probably blow through the 15 world light orbs. He still remembered what happened to the chaos creatures when he blew the horn. It was an understatement to say that they were on drugs. Hui threw the horn of order to Maple for him to study for a while. He turned to look at the woman, who seemed to be buried underground. He turned to Siyu and Feng Qing Huang and said, "Did you guys strip her and search her body?" Yun Nuashing. Siyu scratched her head and said embarrassedly, "We searched her, but we did not find anything. She might be hidden somewhere else, in the spiritual world or something." Hui heard this and rolled up his sleeves. "Get out of the way. Let me do it." The veins on Yun Nuashing's forehead popped. She walked up and punched Hui on the ground. She was speechless. "Are you trying to find something?" Hui Ting stood up and looked at him with a bright smile. "Look at my sincere eyes. Well, I just want to open a door to the spiritual world and let them find it. Although Hui was a little mischievous and perverted at times. Phew, forget it. He really only wanted to break the woman's defense and let the two girls slowly search. These two won't wake up in a short time, right?" Hui clapped his hands to show that he was done. He pointed at the ball hanging in the air and looked at the woman who only had her head exposed. One is on the verge of collapse. The other has her head cut open by a kinetic weapon and sealed with various types of energy. Even if they wake up, it won't be a big problem, Yun Nuashing said, and looked at the two hanging in the air. She raised her hand and threw out 2 balls of origin energy. "But just in case, let's put another seal on them." Hui rubbed his chin. "Do you want to do 2 more? After all, they are dangerous people who have the relic of origin and the power of chaos." "That's true." Yun Nuashing nodded and threw out 2 more seals. Hui felt that he could come up with a few more reasons to let Feng tie them up until they suffocated. But there was no need to say anything. "Lord Feng, Lord Hui, the battlefield is cleaned up. Are we going to the world of light now? Wait a minute. We're coming." Yun Nuashing and Hui looked at each other. The two turned back and said goodbye to Siyu and Feng Qing Huang. Then they went to the place where I Ching and the others had sealed off. The matter here was not over yet. There were more important things to deal with. But before that, they had to send the other group back. On the other side of the realm of order, a group of people were leaning against the energy towers and resting in the realm of order. The battle just now had really frightened them, mainly because they were frightened by the attacks of their own people. Now that the battle was over, they had a chance to take a good rest. The sudden appearance of the 2 people here gave the group a shock. They thought that there was something important to do. Just as they were about to stand up, Hui quickly said, Hey, lie down first." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Hui continued, "Take advantage of the fact that you don't have to fight now. You guys will probably fight until the sky turns dark later." Everyone, "Hey, why are they still here? Isn't it over?" They had already started to think about the celebration banquet, but in the end, a commander of the order smiled bitterly. He quickly held down the people who were so excited that they almost jumped up. He walked forward and said to Yun Nuoshing and Hui, "Isn't the battle over?" "Not yet." Hui shook his head. He decided that it was better to explain things clearly. The battle that has ended now is only one part of the entire battle, the part called quelling the rebellion. However, deep in the void, there is still the power of chaos brewing. They are still coming towards the realm of order. At this moment, they are purely themselves. They are not controlled by order. You understand now? The commander took a deep breath and said, "Anyway, I understand the word fight. In short, we have to continue fighting." That's a good summary. Hui grinned and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry. The enemy that you are facing now, I have taken a look. They don't have such exaggerated power anymore. With your strength, you should be able to handle it. As for how long you guys will have to fight, it's hard to say." He heard that and sighed heavily. He scratched his ears and cheeks in distress. Is there no end to this? His bitter smile and tired eyes revealed too much pain and pain. It reflected the memories of the lives lost. It reflected the scene of the world being shattered. It was the scene of countless sparks falling from the realm of order. Hui understood his eyes, but he could not say anything to comfort him. He could not even maintain the bright smile on his face. He could only sigh helplessly. Who knows? We have also tried to end all of this, but it's hard to say. You mean, there will be an end to this battle. It's just that, you have forgotten too many things. We can't tell you clearly. The only thing we can tell you is that we are searching for the root of this. We will try our best to end everything. Hui sighed in distress. But, well, in short, Yun Nuoshing looked at Hui, who wanted to say something more tactful at the critical moment. She shook her head and continued, "Your war will return to its normal track, and we will continue to move forward and search for the root of the problem. After this, if we can't return, we will announce our failure to the void, and to all of you, if one day the void returns to peace, that will be the best answer we can give." The commander-in-chief looked at them and bowed. He clasped his hands together and said, "I understand now. The dangers and dangers ahead are things that we can't touch because we have forgotten the past. However, I can still see a thing or two from what I just saw. Since I can't do it myself, at least please allow me to pray and bless here, not only for the void, but also for myself, for all of you, for everyone." We patted him on the shoulder. "Go, return to your battlefield. The dangerous road ahead should be explored by those who bear the danger. No matter what the result is, the battlefield here will be left to you." Watching the group of people leave, Yun Nuoshing and Hui both sighed. Hui suddenly said faintly, "Forgetting everything in the past, sometimes I don't know if it's a disaster or a blessing. It's impossible to tell. Just like the void, no one can tell." Yun Nuoshing turned around and walked towards the inside. She brought the realm of order here and began to shrink and seal. Then, Feng, what do you think?" Hui followed at the side with his hands behind his head. He said casually, "Do you think it's better to forget or to remember and record everything down?" Yun Nuoshing thought for a while and replied, "Just like what I said at the beginning, since I can't escape from the chaotic whirlpool of the void, at least let me understand everything in it. No matter what is waiting at the end of my knowledge, at least I want to understand it. I know that many people want to be confused ghosts, regardless of whether they want to live or die in confusion." Yun Nuoshing shrugged. "Anyway, to me, I just want to know what I have experienced here. Whether it's right or wrong, good or bad, it doesn't matter. I will use my own knowledge to judge everything. If I can't stand firm in my beliefs, and go with the flow. In the end, I will only become a muddle-headed, unlucky person. Hui was stunned when he heard that. He pointed at himself in astonishment. Am I very unlucky? Yin Nuashing. If you're not unlucky, you'll make others unlucky. Good fellow, you're the biggest troublemaker in the void. How dare you say that to me? We're the same. Yin Nuashing's face twitched, and she looked depressed. Hui smiled bitterly after he said that. I have nothing better to do than to stab myself in the back. My heart really hurts. Chapter 1836. As the shrinking realm of order gradually solidified, the void in this area was once again sealed up. However, this time, there were no signs of war in the void. There were no destructive and chaotic energies that were recklessly bursting out. The surroundings were quiet. Only the 15 light clusters that were hanging in the void in front of them were worthy of their attention. The realm of order is completely sealed. Even if the chaos soldiers from the depths of the void were to come here, they would not be able to notice our presence. Hui clapped his hands as he personally completed the sealed realm of order. He looked around the void, dark, cold, and empty compared to when the battle had just ended. The void that had almost completely recovered and devoured all traces of the battle was a little more desolate. The energy tower array is in repair mode, leaving only the minimum energy needed to maintain the realm of order. The array is not damaged much, so there's no need to replenish it for now. Wait, no, we can't replenish it. We've brought out everything we have on this trip. What's there to replenish? Lord Maple is right here. If there's a need, there would be billions of arrays in a second for you to jump in and swim. Oh, that's right. Anyway, let's get the arrays to adjust the energy output mode and have them help to repair the unstable energy towers, especially those that use the origin energy core. Half of them collapsed after the battle. We haven't returned to the front lines yet, so we have to hold on to the resources at hand. That's what you say. Why don't we just set up a nest here and make a batch of energy towers here? Good idea. Then I Ching and the others began to rumble about in the realm of order. In less than 2 minutes, they had created a rule creation realm that was used for logistics. They began to create energy towers there. Their speed was not slow, with each person being able to create 1 energy tower in a minute. This was under the condition that they did not use any sort of support. They knew that the professional logisticians in the void front lines were in charge of a large array. With multiple threads running at the same time, they could throw out 1 to 2,000 energy towers in a minute. They could also throw out a set of 3 to 4,000 energy crystals. Hiss, that's not right. With such a terrifying production speed and such a terrifying quantity, they could make the energy towers in the front lines unable to meet the demand. Were those guys used to bombarding indiscriminately at the front lines, or were they using too many energy towers at once? I've told you about this data before. Yun Nuashing glanced at Hui, who was muttering to himself. Suddenly, he was startled and patted his forehead. Oh, no, Jing Yuanji told us once. You forgot later, I repeated it to you again. Including this time, it's the 3rd time. The defenses of every node in the void front line are arranged around the Temple of Origins, he said flatly, sighing. The usual spell arrays, energy tower arrays, order domains, and order domain nodes are adjusted according to the netherworld forces each node encounters. Basically, the combat power of both sides is equal, and even if there are forces beyond their limits, they would all be transferred to the backup defenses, increasing and stacking until they are converted into backup defensive forces. That is why, when it comes to the power of order nodes, normal power is the portion that is displayed in the chaotic battle against the Death Shroud, but most importantly, it is the backup defensive forces hidden within the entire void node. I remember that. It's mainly to deal with the netherworld forces that might suddenly appear, such as high-level primeval or something. Hui suddenly clapped his hands and said in realization. Yun Nuashing glanced at him and continued, "Normally, the numbers fluctuate according to the abyssal death mist and underworld power that each node encounters. The lowest number is no less than 70 million energy towers, and the number of magic circles is based on the number of energy towers multiplied by 1,000 to 100,000 times. As for the most magic circles, they are the most heavily besieged node 0. Other than the two of us and some of the higher-ups, the number of magic circles there is also in the billions, not to mention the many origin energy towers and all kinds of special energy towers. As for the number of magic circles, it seems to have reached 1 trillion after 5 eras of growth. The total number of magic circles in the second defense line has also increased by 12 times compared to the beginning, and it seems to have almost reached 30 trillion. A third of it is on the surface. I have also adjusted the third defense line, but it is changing automatically absorbing the power of the void to adjust and grow. So I am not sure what the third defense line is like at the moment. I will only know when I activate it." Huey's face turned green. "What have you done to the void? You have squeezed the void dry, right? Not even a drop is left, right? It's not that serious. Isn't the void still full of energy? It still has the time to torture the two of us, so how can it be squeezed dry?" Hui felt that this was very reasonable, and he could not refute it at all. It was only after listening to Maple's data that Hui remembered those things and woke up from a dream. No wonder the logisticians had accumulated so much resentment. So, the front line had squandered too much. With 2,000 units per minute, it was true that one person could not support the consumption of tens of millions and hundreds of millions of energy towers on the front line. In the entire void front line, every node's defensive power would spread out based on the void's visualization. Well, in any case, it was measured in light years, and there was no telling how many millions of energy towers it was. Either way, it was very vast, or there would not be so many energy towers. TSK? It sounded scary, but the consumption rate of energy towers was not measured in minutes. It was just said that the overload could last for 3 hours, and that was under the condition that all kinds of support circles were not present. If the situation was good, the overload could last for 3 days or more, and then it would be extinguished and thrown out as a bomb for the last time, or it could be saved up and thrown out again after a certain amount was accumulated. The large amount was basically accumulated from tens of millions of abandoned energy towers and energy tower cores, and the scene of an explosion was very exciting. 3 days was actually enough for logisticians to create a batch of replacement energy towers and continue to accumulate backup power, but it would make the logisticians grumble. After all, the frontline energy towers could actually be controlled to not be consumed so quickly, controlling the energy and increasing the utilization rate. But for the sake of fighting, forget it. Let's not talk about that. Looking at Hui, who suddenly had an epiphany and then blanked out on the spot, his mind drifting to some unknown corner of the void, Yun Nuashing had a strange expression. "I'm thinking that you should be in charge of this, right?" "Me?" Hui tilted his head, pointing at himself. "Am I not in charge of carrying the shield and taking the hits at the front? How could I?" "I'm in charge of hanging up at the front to illuminate the void, and you're taking over what I should be doing. Have you forgotten?" Hui shook his head vigorously and saw Maple's face darken. He nodded vigorously and laughed dryly. I remember, it's just numbers, right? I don't really remember." Although the topic was a little off topic, there was no harm in talking about it now. The main point was that they were slowly increasing the strength of this place. Yes, they were still in a state of battle. Currently, they had switched from aggressive attacking to cautious defending. As for why, they were worried that there were ghosts in this place, and the void would often come up with ghost stories to mess with them. The void had been tormented by the netherworld, the origin heavenly god, and the primal chaos concept body, so the level of ghosts in the void was obviously much higher. The war that lasted from the mythological era to the present has temporarily come to an end. The war that lasted from the mythological era to the present is still going on. Hui put his hands in his pockets and looked at the 15 world orbs before him, breathing a long sigh. Say, do you think there would be high-level primeval in there? Or a remnant derivative, a derivative of chaos? Based on the battle routine of the mythological era, there is an 80% chance that there would be high-level primeval beings. Even if this is not the underworld's base camp, and it is just a wanderer that could be forced out by both sides, the battlefield of that era was a war between order and chaos. The power of the primeval was the main combatant of both sides. But if they exist, why didn't they come out? Hui gestured with his hands and frowned in confusion. My primeval domain is ready again, and when they rush out, I'll enter the highest state and collapse the void. The stage is ready, but the actors don't come on stage. I'm embarrassed. God knows why they didn't come out. Maybe, I can't think of a few possibilities. Maybe they were waiting for us to go in and set us up. That's unnecessary. Maybe they thought that the primordial God had come in and were scared out of their wits. Then they should have staked everything when they resisted to the greatest extent. And if a high-level primeval was guiding the primordial realm rift, it shouldn't be broken so easily. You see, I can't tell why. Maybe, well, there are no high-level primeval beings. When they were first thrown here in the 36th and 37th era, other than the primordial god of origin, the chaos concept body, and the underworld, there might have been high-level primeval of order. The primordial god of origin and the chaos concept body were fighting each other, while the warriors of order and the underworld were beating each other. In the end, when the primordial god of origin or the chaos concept body cleared the field, they were destroyed together, leaving only these few remaining beings. They don't have the presence of the tide of chaos, nor are there any signs of being affected by the turbulence of the void. They just can't move forward with the changing void. Hui tugged at his hair and said, in other words, this place is equivalent to an immune space. It should be the domain of the chaos concept body. Yun Nuoxing shook her head and turned to look at the world ahead. Anyway, let's go in and take a look. I Ching, you two stay here and strengthen the defenses while we go in and take a look. If there's no problem, you two can explore other worlds. Remember to be on guard, and don't break soul communication. As you command, God. Therefore, now that the sudden battle was over, it was time to return to their original purpose in coming to the void, to find something. At first, they did not know what to look for, but now that they had found traces of the underworld wanderers, along with the power of the primordial god of origin and the chaos concept body, they would be letting themselves down if they did not find something in their world. The chaos shroud that shrouded the 15 worlds had long since crumbled, but the original world barrier was still intact. Yun Nuoxing and Hui unquestionably chose the cluster of light at the center of the world and entered it while maintaining combat status. The expected scene of being blasted by high-powered chaos energy blasts from all directions did not happen. No attack. Hui asked, moving his shield aside. It's even a little lifeless. Yun Nuoxing nodded. Hui lowered his shield and studied the stars before him, his expression changing several times. There were no normal stars in the dark, starry sky, only chaos aggregates that had yet to be extinguished. Their dull radiance was a little bit of light, and while it could not illuminate the dark, starry sky, their existential composition was very high, and one could see where they were without paying attention. More than 3,000 chaos aggregates, but they don't have any destructive power. It seems that they can't control those big guys very well. If they use the Horn of Order to stimulate them, they might be able to produce a large batch of chaos spawns in an instant. That's probably how they summoned the spawns from the cluster of light. As Yun Nuashing spoke, she released her spirit to scan the entire starry sky, and it was done after a while. Confirmation complete. There's not a single living thing. It's very likely that the last group of people who came out were the last of the Guardians. Perhaps the entire cluster of light had been modified to adapt to the splitting and creation environment of the chaos spawns. Only a part of the order environment was left, and it was probably left for them. In the past, I naively thought that the world of those who hid behind the scenes was all dark, and the wind that blew smelled of blood. They hid behind the scenes and laughed strangely at the strange things in front of them, and occasionally said a few harsh words to the air as if they were acting with themselves. Later, when I grew up a little, I realized that they had to live honestly. Perhaps they had the old and the young at home, and a bunch of subordinates and leaders following behind them. The strange thing was that to us, they were just people who had embarked on a different path, but were still living honestly. That's right, that's reality, the reality of the structure of the void. We spoke faintly and then laughed bitterly, but I never thought that the reality that you thought of would one day become the reality that you thought of. The gloomy and lifeless scene before him was not much different from what he thought of before. There was really no living thing in the entire world, and no one who was still living honestly. It was not incomprehensible if he thought about it. These places had been involved in the highest level of war in the void, and it would be really abnormal if 2 or 3 worlds with many ordinary living things had popped out. You mean the order beings of the upper, middle, and lower planes, other than some of the world lights in the void that were left behind from the 36th and 17th eras? There were obviously more worlds that were born in this era. Most of the newly born worlds had been wiped out by the underworld. Other than the upper planes, there were still some territories left in the upper planes. As for the underworld, they were left behind just like the 36th and 17th eras, and there was no way they could increase their manpower. With their nature, it was impossible for them to come in contact with other order beings. So, after 20 eras, however many of them were left behind to fight against the underworld. I Ching, you guys go and find a place to check it out. Although there seems to be nothing out of the ordinary, still stay alert. After instructing I Ching and the others who were guarding outside, Yun Nuashing turned her head and looked into the depths of the stars. The people are gone, but there are still things left behind. If there was nothing left in the entire world, they could have just thrown these 15 worlds away when they ran away. But judging from the 2 times they ran away, they obviously could not bear to leave them behind and insisted on taking them with them. Other than the things related to the chaos spawns, is there anything else left behind? Hui muttered. He suddenly thought of something and became excited. Could it be something related to the heavenly god of origin and the others, like something similar to the Horn of Order? Give me more. Give me more. Yun Nuashing glanced at Hui, who had suddenly become excited, and shook her head helplessly. Although she also hoped that the result would be like that, theoretically speaking, based on their current understanding of the underworld, even if the underworld really had some power related to the heavenly god of origin other than the Horn of Order, it might not be left in this land of exile. It was more likely that there was something in the base camp. Well, they could only try their luck. If there was really something that had been swept into this place, it would be a great help to the Order realm if they could find it. Huey's mouth suddenly trembled uncontrollably. I feel like I'm picking up rubbish all over the void, and all of them are second-hand goods that have been used by others. Yun Nuashing's mentality suddenly exploded. Her beautiful face instantly became hideous and twisted. She took a deep breath that made her body tremble slightly. She held it in for a while before her face returned to normal. She forced herself to be calm and said, The original things have to be traced back to the 30th era. It's not even our turn to have them. Phew, but the relics that were brought back 5 eras ago are indeed original. Until now, I still don't understand the use of those mud balls arranged from small to large. Hui was stunned. You don't know either? That shouldn't be. The heavenly god of origin said that you would know the use of those things. I guess I'll have to spend some time to study it. How would I have the time to study it in 5 eras? Yun Nuoshing sighed and shook her head. Half an era ago, the war on the front lines had eased a little. However, he was still hanging in the void to illuminate his surroundings and did not really study those things. Let's go back after we're done with the matters in the void. While the underworld base camp hasn't done anything yet, we should quickly sort out the things on hand. After all, these are things left behind by the heavenly god of origin. We have to raise the priority. Yun Nuoshing and we wandered around the empty world for a while and found a planet that might have been left behind by them. It was the only star system with a sun that was made of chaos. There was only one lonely planet that floated beside this huge thing. It was motionless and had no tendency to move. As expected, this is the only place worth mentioning. Hui stood in the starry sky and looked around. This was the center of the world. Other than the chaos aggregates that were completely motionless, all the other chaos aggregates were slowly moving around this point. They had noticed this place from the start. However, they first went to other places to check out the situation. After confirming that there was nothing noteworthy, they came here to check out the situation. There were buildings on the surface of the planet. They were of a normal style. Half of them had the shadow of the celestial realm, while the other half had not been seen before. They could see some shadows in the buildings of many worlds, but they were not exactly the same. The buildings were more like temples. As there were not many people, these temples were all gathered in one part of the planet. The other parts of the planet were all wilderness. There were traces of life that once existed, but there were no signs of life. Those traces could be traced back to more than 10 or 20 years ago. Just as they guessed, perhaps when this exile was thrown here, there were already no signs of life or traces that were worth mentioning in these worlds. At this time, the only people that they had exterminated were those who had survived the war back then. Their worlds had long been filled with chaos derivatives. Hui used his divine sense to scan the situation of this world again. He spread his hands and said to Maple, "This planet is also completely silent. There is only a minimal energy reaction, and it is the energy reaction of the buildings. There are no signs of consciousness activity, no signs of soul activity. It is completely abandoned." Yun Nuoshing heard this and narrowed her eyes. However, she shook her head and said, "No, there must be another place here. There must be something in it. Definitely, definitely." Hui was stunned. "Why do you say so?" When we were still in the middle and lower realms, although the energy resonance point was quickly shielded at that time, we could still recognize that the shielded energy resonance point was pointing to this world. It is here. If we can't find it, it means that something is still blocking the energy from the resonance point. We suddenly realized and said, "Oh." He had almost forgotten about this matter. The two of them landed in the only place that had temples and various kinds of buildings. They looked at the buildings that had a little sense of familiarity. However, because they had been immersed in the energy of chaos for a long time, they gave people a sense of oppression and discomfort. This was the last remaining area of this world with the aura of order. However, it was still in a state of entanglement with the aura of chaos. We could not figure out why they, a group of beings of order, did not feel uncomfortable when they were constantly accompanied by the aura of chaos. He and Maple stood there and wanted to sink this planet and the light of this world into nothingness. It was not much different from living next to a stinking ditch. Moreover, it was a stinking ditch that was filled with all kinds of strange and foul smells all year round. They could even wake up from the smell when they were sleeping with their quilts covered. It was really something that they could not get used to. It was impossible to get used to it. You guys really don't have any leisure life to speak of. Hui took 2 steps forward and clapped his hands hard. They really hide behind their backs and refine the evil water in their gourds all day long. There is not a single moment of rest. There were no other buildings other than temples, no other cities, and no buildings that ordinary beings needed to live in. There was only temples. That also meant that the underworld people who lived here really did not have anything else apart from the boring daily business of tormenting chaos spawns. It was completely lifeless, and even he could not accept it. The 5 eras of dull battles in the front lines of the void were really boring. However, if the war was not urgent, they could also stroll around the node cities when they were bored and occasionally return to the human world to relax. This half an era had really been a lot more relaxing. With missions, they could go out for a walk. If they wanted to return to the human world more realistically, they could enter the front lines of worlds and see what interesting things were happening in the worlds that were only separated by a thin line from the vast battlefield. Now that they turned around and looked at this place, hiss, that was really it. Apart from tormenting chaos spawns, there was nothing else. Leisure life, probably, occasionally going to the remnant worlds of the middle and lower planes to cause trouble and tear down 1 or 2 world groups, is considered leisure life for them. Yun Nuashing looked at the situation around and agreed. Anyway, I am sure that this is definitely not an environment that can be created by living a normal life. As long as there are 2 more greenery, I would say that they love life and are positive. Hui grinned at him and pointed at the temple beside him. Maple, can I make some noise? Logically speaking, Yun Nuashing had a weird look on his face. This time, he did not intend to reply with make some noise and let him directly attack. But after thinking about it, it was not a problem to make some noise in this place. He nodded. Smash it. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a buzzing sound of energy trembling in their ears. A beam of holy energy burst out and broke through a temple that was 100,000 feet tall. The explosive holy energy swept from the sky with a shock wave. The energy shock wave caused the entire planet to tremble slightly. The temple was divided into 7,000 or 8,000 pieces as smoke and dust billowed and slowly collapsed. The sound of the collapse could be heard in waves. It would probably take a while for it to calm down. The 2 of them looked at the billowing smoke and dust. The crackling sound of firecrackers going off lasted for 10 minutes. In the end, Yun Nuashing felt that it would be a waste of time to wait any longer. He added another energy shock wave and blasted the place into a crater. The world quieted down. Oh, it seems that it is really clean. There are no other things rushing up to surround us. Yun Nuashing asked, what are you looking forward to? The hidden people, the hidden derivatives. They might as well jump out of the ground and offer up the things with both hands. Yun Nuashing glanced at him. You are thinking about Peach. Look for it yourself. You will find it. It is just a small planet. Where else can it be hidden?